What if Bella Swan's true soulmate was never Edward Cullen? What if the person meant for her arrived in Forks on a rainy night with green eyes, a hidden wand, and a past full of war? Harry Potter comes to Forks for one reason: peace. No fame, no ministry, no battles, just rain, silence, and a place where nobody knows his name. Bella Swan is looking for silence too, but the moment she walks into that diner, everything changes. Harry looks at her, Bella looks back, and something ancient wakes inside both of them. Not attraction, not curiosity, a bond. A soulmate connection older than vampires, stronger than choice, and powerful enough to disturb even Alice's visions. Now Edward can feel Bella slipping away. Alice cannot see Harry clearly, and the Cullens are about to realize one terrifying truth. Bella's future is no longer tied to a vampire. It is tied to Harry Potter. Welcome back to Vampire Harry. Subscribe now, because this time, Bella's soulmate is not immortal. He is magical. Hey guys, welcome to the Vampire Harry. Subscribe if you are new here. Also, if you love the Harry Potter, Twilight fictions, what ifs, theories, and lore, please make sure to share this video as much as you can. Also, if you have any story suggestions and any form of queries, please write below on comment section. Now let's start.
The rain greeted him before the town did. It was not the polite drizzle Harry had come to expect from the Pacific Northwest brochures, or the brisk patter that London occasionally allowed itself in autumn. This rain was a steady, breathing thing, slow as a tide and twice as patient, and it slid off the hood of the rented car in long, silvery sheets as he eased it down the narrow road toward Forks. The forest closed over him on both sides, ferns crowding the shoulder, moss-furred trunks holding up a green roof that turned every breath of light into something cathedral soft. He drove with the window cracked open because he wanted to smell it: loam and cedar and rain, wet stone. A green sweetness underneath, like the woods themselves were considering him. He had never been to America before. The portkey had taken him as far as the wizarding terminus in Seattle, where a tired-looking witch had stamped his international travel papers without making eye contact and pushed a folded map across the counter as though it offended her. Harry had thanked her, taken the keys to the Muggle car waiting in the long-term lot, and driven out into the foreign morning with the kind of careful concentration he hadn't needed since he was 17 and learning to apparate. Right side of the road. Stoplights that hung from wires instead of standing on poles. A radio that crackled with American voices and a song he didn't know. It had taken him 3.5 hours to reach Forks. Hermione had sent him the address of the cottage by owl 2 days earlier, with a long note he had read 4 times and then folded into the inside pocket of his jacket. She had written it in the small, careful hand she used when she was being kind on purpose. "You don't have to come back," the note had said, somewhere in the middle. "Not yet. Not until you want to. We're not going anywhere. Ron isn't either. We'll be here and you can write and I'll write back. But Harry, take the time, please. You haven't slept properly in 8 months. Go and find a place where no one knows your name and let yourself be a person for a while." That was what he had come for, to be a person. The cottage was at the end of a long gravel drive, set back from the road behind a screen of vine maple. It was small, 2 rooms and a loft, with cedar shingles gone silver in the weather and a stone chimney braced against the south wall. The witch in Seattle had told him the previous owner had been a retired healer who had wanted somewhere quiet to die. Harry suspected he himself had wanted somewhere quiet to live, and that the difference between the two was thinner than people pretended. He parked under the carport and sat for a long minute with his hands on the wheel, listening to the engine tick and the rain mutter on the roof. Then he got out, slung his rucksack over one shoulder and walked through the front door of his new house. It smelled of pine resin and old fires. The previous owner had left a kettle on the stove, an iron poker by the hearth, and 3 mismatched mugs hanging from hooks under the cupboard. There was a shelf of dog-eared paperbacks beside the wood stove, and a quilt folded across the arm of the only chair. Harry put his rucksack down on the kitchen floor and stood in the middle of the room, and let the silence do what silence does to a man who has spent 2 years inside the constant low roar of other people's grief. It took him a long time to make himself unpack. He moved his clothes into the chest of drawers in the loft, 3 pairs of trousers, 2 jumpers, 4 shirts. He put his Auror's badge on the windowsill, then thought better of it and slid it into the drawer with his socks. He set the wand on the bedside table where he could reach it without waking, because some habits did not yield to changes of country. He shook out the quilt. He put a kettle on. By the time the kettle whistled, the rain outside had turned a deeper gray, and his stomach reminded him with a small, polite emphasis that he had not eaten since the airport in Seattle. He drank his tea standing up at the window, looking at the wall of trees, and decided that he was in no condition to cook. The witch had circled a place in town on the map, a diner, she'd said, that served decent coffee and would not look twice at a foreigner. Harry shrugged on his coat, dropped the keys in his pocket, and drove the 4 miles back into Forks proper. It was a very small town. He liked it for that. A handful of streets clustered around a wide main avenue, each shop standing close to the next as though they were leaning together against the weather. A hardware store, a grocer's, a bakery whose sign promised cinnamon rolls and probably did not exaggerate. The diner was on the corner where the main road turned, with a red Coca-Cola sign in the window and a menu taped to the door. He ducked under the awning, shook the rain off, and pushed inside. Warmth, the clatter of cutlery, the hiss of a coffee machine. A waitress who looked up from the till with the practiced, almost smile of a woman who had seen every face this town had to offer and would politely add him to her file. There were perhaps a dozen people in the place, booths along the wall, stools along the counter, a small herd of high school athletes occupying the largest table by the window with the volume one expected. Harry chose a stool at the far end of the counter. He shook out his coat, hung it on the hook beneath the lip of the bar, and reached for the laminated menu standing between the salt shaker and the napkin holder. The bell over the door chimed. He did not know afterward whether it was instinct or magic or only the small accident of the moment. He looked up because the door had opened. He looked up because the light in the diner shifted by a degree. She came in with the reins still on her hair. She was a girl perhaps his own age, perhaps a year younger. Dark hair, dark eyes, a coat too thin for the weather, a paperback held against her chest the way some people held a child. Her cheeks were pink from the wind. She glanced once around the diner the way people did when they were looking for someone they expected to see, and her eyes found his. It was as though someone had rung a bell inside his ribs. He felt it before he understood it. Something that had been folded up and put away in the deep pocket of his chest unfolded, unfurled, opened like a hand showing a coin to the light. There was no pain in it. There was no shock. There was only recognition. The sudden, exhausted, almost laughing recognition of a person who has gone a very long distance and has, against all expectation, arrived. Across the diner, the girl with the paperback stopped in the middle of the floor and stared. A moment passed in which neither of them moved. The waitress came up beside her with a polite, "Bella, hon, you want your usual?" And the moment cracked, not broken, only disturbed, like a stone dropped into still water. The girl, Bella, blinked, swallowed, made an effort to find her voice. "Yes, thanks, Doreen, just coffee and a..." She looked down at the menu in the waitress's hand as though she had never read English before. "A grilled cheese." "Coming up, sweetheart." Bella looked up again. Her eyes found Harry's again. The bell in his ribs was still ringing, low and clear and astonishing. She crossed the diner with the careful step of a person who suspected the floor of being made of less reliable material than she had previously believed. She stopped 2 stools down from him. She did not sit. She held the paperback against her chest. She was looking at him as if he were a word she had been trying to remember for years and had only just heard out loud. "Hi," she said. It was a small word. He had heard it in 5 languages and never once heard it like that. "Hi," he said. She glanced at the empty stool between them. "Please," he said. She sat down. For a moment they only looked at each other, and Harry was aware of two things very clearly. 1, he had no idea what was happening. 2, he had read about this once in a very old book in the restricted section, which Hermione had been turning the pages of and which he had been pretending to read so as not to look idle, and it had been a small footnote in a chapter about old magic. And he had not given it a second thought because the footnote had said the phenomenon was so rare as to be considered apocryphal. "I'm Harry," he said. "Harry Evans." It was the name on his American papers. He had not lied exactly, only borrowed his mother. "I just moved into a place out by the park." "Bella Swan," she said. "I live here, I gathered," he said, and to his surprise he smiled, and to his greater surprise she smiled back, an unguarded, slightly bewildered smile that did something complicated to his lungs. The waitress reappeared with a coffee for Bella and an answering raised eyebrow for him. Harry ordered a coffee himself and a club sandwich, and the waitress went away with the practiced patience of a woman who had given up on understanding the young and was happy to feed them anyway. "You're not from here," Bella said. "No, England, mostly." "Yes. What brings you to Forks?" She said it the way locals said it, with the small pause before the name of the town that suggested she did not entirely understand the answer herself. "The rain," he said. She looked at him. He waited for her to laugh or to look at him as though he were strange, but she did neither. She looked at him as though she had heard him exactly. "Me too," she said after a moment. "Sort of, not the rain, the quiet. Where from? Phoenix, originally?" "Long way." "Yeah," she said, "it is." The coffee came. He drank it slowly. The bell in his ribs had not stopped ringing, but it had settled into a kind of standing tone, a hum like a tuning fork that had been struck a long time ago and would, evidently, go on humming for as long as the air around him kept moving. He watched her fingers, brown from the sun she had brought with her from Phoenix, curl around the white china cup. He watched the small, careful way she placed the cup back on its saucer. He had spent 2 years in a war and afterwards 6 months in a glass office in the Ministry of Magic, listening to people who wanted things from him. And he had grown accustomed to watching people for what they wanted and finding it before they spoke. He watched Bella Swan, and he could not for the life of him tell what she wanted, except that she wanted to keep sitting on the stool beside his. "You read," he said, because he had to say something. She looked down at the paperback she had set on the counter, Wuthering Heights. The cover was creased to softness, the spine cracked in many places. "I've read this one a lot," she said. "You like it?" "I don't know if I like it," she said. "I rate it. That's its own kind of liking." She tilted her head at him. He had said it without thinking, and he wished he had thought a little, because it had landed somewhere on her, and he could see the small adjustment of her posture as she filed it away. "Yeah," she said. "I guess it is." The grilled cheese arrived. The club sandwich arrived. They ate slowly, talking in fragments about nothing, the weather, the road into town, the bakery on the corner that did indeed do excellent cinnamon rolls. He learned that her father was the chief of police, that she had moved here at the start of the previous year from Phoenix, that she planned to graduate at the end of the spring. She learned that he was 20, that he had finished his schooling in England and had been working in an office that he was glad to be away from, and that he had taken the cottage at the end of Bogachiel Lane site unseen because someone he trusted had told him it was quiet. He did not tell her about the war. He did not tell her, either, that the bell ringing in his chest matched the small, surprised look she kept giving him when she thought he wasn't watching. The bell over the diner door chimed again. A man in a brown deputy's jacket and a sheriff's hat stepped in, shook the rain from his shoulders, and scanned the room with the small, reflexive sweep of a man who had been doing it long enough not to notice anymore. His eyes landed on the bar. They landed on Bella. They landed on Harry. The smile he gave Bella was warm. The look he gave Harry was not unfriendly, but it was certainly the look of a father. "Bells," he said, walking over. "Didn't see your truck." "Hi, Dad." She glanced at Harry with a small, almost apologetic look. "I parked round the back." The chief, Charlie Swan, Harry remembered her saying, and he made a careful internal note not to look like a person who had been making notes, held out a calloused, square hand. "Charlie Swan, you're new. Harry Evans." He stood slightly to take the hand. The chief's grip was firm without being demonstrative. I just moved in out on Bogachiel. The healer's old place. He hesitated only a fraction of a second. It was a fair guess. That's the one, quiet up there. I hope so. Charlie glanced at his daughter. Bella had picked up her coffee cup and was holding it as though it required all her concentration. Where are you from, Harry? London, mostly. Long way to come. It is, Harry said, and added because Charlie's face had not relaxed, I'm taking some time off. Off what? Off everything. He said. Charlie regarded him. There was a long, considered silence in which the diner went about its business. Doreen called an order through the hatch. The high schoolers in the corner laughed at something on a phone. The rain went on with its slow business outside, and at the end of it, the chief allowed his face to soften by perhaps half a degree. Well, he said, welcome to Forks. Thank you. Bells, you eaten? Yes, Dad. You driving home? Yes. Charlie put a $5 bill on the counter and patted his daughter's shoulder. Don't be too late. Sue's bringing fish over? Okay, he nodded at Harry, the brim of his hat tipping by a finger's width. Mr. Evans, Sheriff, the chief turned and went out into the rain. The bell over the door chimed his departure. Bella exhaled in a small, embarrassed sound that was almost laughter. Sorry. What for? He was perfectly polite, for my dad. He was being a father. He's allowed. She glanced sideways at him. There was a flush on the side of her neck that the collar of her jacket did not entirely hide. He doesn't usually run sweeps of the diner. I didn't notice him running a sweep, Harry said. I only noticed him noticing you noticing me, she laughed. It was a small, surprised laugh, and the moment it was out of her, she put her hand over her mouth as if to put it back. He smiled because he wanted to smile, because this was a thing he had not done in a very long time, smile at a girl in a diner in a town he had never been to, in the only country he had never visited. He paid for both their meals when he stood up. She tried to argue. He shook his head. Next time. She said. Next time, he agreed easily, and noticed the small skip in his pulse when she said it, because she had said it as if there would be one. He walked her out to her truck. It was an antique red Chevrolet with rust around the wheel wells and a tarpaulin folded behind the seat, and it sat against the curb like a small, patient animal. The rain was thicker now. She paused with her hand on the driver's side door and turned to look at him. This is strange, she said. It is a bit. I don't usually, she stopped. I don't talk to strangers. I'm a perfectly proper stranger. That's not what I meant, I know. He pushed his hands into the pockets of his coat. The rain was running down his neck. He didn't notice. It's strange for me too. She looked at him for a long, level moment. Are you going to be at the diner tomorrow? She asked, in a voice very small and very careful, as though she were afraid she had no right to ask. Yes, he said. She nodded. She climbed into the truck. The engine turned over with the long, complaining roar of an engine that had been turning over for the better part of 40 years, and intended to keep doing so. She pulled away from the curb and lifted one hand from the wheel in a small wave. He stood under the awning of the diner and watched the truck round the corner. He stood there long after the brake lights had vanished. The rain went on. The bell in his chest went on. He drove home with the windscreen wipers on the highest setting, the radio off, and his thoughts perfectly, terrifyingly clear. In the kitchen, he put the kettle on again. He sat in the only chair at the only table in the only room of the cottage that mattered, and he opened the inside pocket of his jacket and took out a small square of folded parchment that he had kept there since Hermione had given it to him on the morning he had left. It was not her letter. It was a different note, in a different hand, and he had not looked at it since the day 1.5 years ago when Luna Lovegood had written it for him in the stillness after a memorial service neither of them had wanted to attend. You'll know her when you find her, the note said. That's the only thing about it that's simple. He sat with the note in his hand for a long time. He sat with it until the kettle whistled. He sat with it until the kettle stopped. He sat with it until the rain on the roof had begun to feel like a heartbeat that was not his own. He had not believed her. He had thought it was Luna being Luna, kind and obscure and slightly sad. He had folded the note into his pocket because he could not bring himself to throw it away. And then he had gone on with the work of being Harry Potter, which had mostly meant standing in rooms while other people made noise about him, and he had quietly, gently, and almost completely forgotten that it was there. He folded the note. He put it on the windowsill beside his Auror's badge. He looked out at the rain. Somewhere across the town, in a small white house at the edge of the woods, a girl named Bella Swan was sitting on the edge of her bed with her hand pressed against the front of her shirt, just below her collarbone, where something she could not name had been ringing without pause for the last 2 hours. She did not know what it was. She did not know that, 4 miles away, on the windowsill of a cedar cottage at the end of a gravel drive, there was a folded square of parchment that would, in a week's time, mean more to her than any sentence she had read in any book she had loved. She only knew that she had not slept properly in 8 months either. She lay down in her clothes on top of the covers with her hand on her chest. She listened to the rain. She listened to the sound that had begun in her chest the moment the door of the diner had opened and a man with rain in his hair had looked up and known her. It was, she thought, a good sound. It was not, she thought, going to stop. Outside the cottage, in a dripping stand of vine maple, a single owl that no one in Forks would have recognized landed on a low branch and waited politely for its master to come to the window. He did. He always did. He took the small roll of parchment from its leg and gave it a strip of bacon from the icebox and stood at the open window with the rain blowing in around him while he read what Hermione had written. He read it twice. Then he sat down at the small kitchen table and wrote her back by hand with a Muggle pen, and the letter began, "Dear Hermione, I think I've met someone. I think I've met someone I am going to need very much help understanding." He sealed the letter. He gave it to the owl. He stood at the window and watched the bird vanish into the dark, and the rain, the bell in his ribs, went on ringing. He did not, that night, sleep. He sat in the chair by the wood stove with the quilt across his knees and listened to the rain, and to the small, steady tone in his chest that he had felt the moment a girl with a paperback had stepped through a diner door, and he thought, with the kind of slow, grateful astonishment of a man who had stopped expecting to be surprised by anything ever again, "I have been brought here. I have been brought here for a reason. And the reason has dark eyes and a coat that is too thin for this weather, and a name I am going to learn the way other people learn the names of saints." When the morning finally lifted the dark off the trees beyond his window, Harry Potter stood up, set the quilt aside, and went to make himself another cup of tea. He realized, smiling. He had not done that properly in a very long time. Morning at Forks High School was a quiet thing on most days, the parking lot wet and patient, the buses arriving with the slow heaviness of buses everywhere. Bella parked the truck in her usual spot and sat for a long moment with the keys in her lap and the engine ticking down. Her hand, of its own accord, had crept up under her jacket again to press flat against her sternum. It was still ringing in there. She had spent the night staring at the ceiling. She had got up twice, once for water and once because she had thought she heard rain on the window, and both times she had stood in the middle of her room and pressed her hand to her chest and listened to the small, steady tone that had begun in her at the moment a man with rain in his hair had looked up from a counter and known her. She had read. She had read because reading was what she did when the world wanted her to do anything else. She had read until the words had gone slippery in her hands, and she had set the book down and lain in the dark with the light off, and the soft tone in her ribs going on and on like the inside of a bell that someone had struck once and then forgotten about. She got out of the truck. She walked into the school. She made it to first period and sat down in her usual seat and took out her notebook and wrote her name at the top of a fresh page and then, without thinking, drew a small, clean circle around it. "You're glowing." She jumped. Alice Cullen had appeared in the seat beside her with the quiet inevitability with which Alice always appeared in seats beside her, small, perfect, with a coat the color of new fern shoots and a smile that could have been used as evidence in a trial. "What?" Bella said. "You're glowing." "Don't argue, tell me." Bella opened her mouth, closed it, and looked down at her notebook. The circle around her name had developed a small, neat second circle outside it. She had not remembered drawing the second one. "It's nothing," she said. "It is absolutely not nothing." Alice's eyes were narrowed in the careful, reading way that Bella had come to recognize over the past year. "Bella, what did you do last night?" "I had dinner at the diner." "You had dinner at the diner," Alice repeated slowly. And nothing, Bella." Bella drew breath, let it out, and looked at her friend. "I met someone," she said, and was almost ashamed of how small the words sounded out loud. "He's from England. He just moved into the healer's old place out on Bogachiel." Alice went still. It was the kind of stillness Bella had learned to read. The Cullens went still in a way that other people did not, a stillness that was not the absence of motion, but the presence of something very deliberate beneath it. She had seen Edward go like that across a cafeteria once, when a girl 2 tables over had said the word blood in casual conversation. She had seen Jasper go like that the first time she had walked into their house. She had seen Carlyle go like that exactly once when Charlie had mentioned, in passing, that the medical examiner in Port Angeles had said something funny about a body's bruise pattern. Alice was going like that now. "Tell me his name," Alice said. Harry Evans." "Tell me his eyes, green." "Tell me what you felt, Alice." "Bella." Alice's voice was quiet. "Tell me." Bella looked down at the doubled circle around her name. She tried for a word, none of them fitted. Like he'd come a long way, to Forks, to me. The bell rang for the start of class. Mr. Banner walked in talking already about cellular respiration. Alice did not move. She sat looking at Bella with an expression that Bella had seen on her exactly twice before, both times associated with bad news, and Bella, with the cold, small instinct of a girl who had stopped trusting her own luck a year ago, felt her stomach drop. "What?" she whispered. "Alice, what?" "I can't see him," Alice said, very low. "What do you mean you can't see him?" "I mean I can't see him. I can't see you with him. I can't see what happens next." Is that bad?" Alice looked at her with the careful, regretful eyes of someone who has been asked a question she does not know how to answer. "I don't know yet," she said, "but Edward needs to know." The morning passed in a slow blur. Bella's hand kept finding the front of her shirt. Alice did not look at her again, but Bella saw her with her phone under the desk, her small white fingers moving in the patterns of a text being written and then deleted, and then written again. By the time the bell rang for lunch, Alice had risen from her seat with the suddenness of a person remembering a previous appointment, taken Bella's wrist between her fingers as though it were made of china, and walked her fast out into the corridor. "Bella," she said, low and quick. "Listen. There are some things you need to hear from us first. Today, all right, today, don't go to the diner alone. Alice, promise me." "Bella, I promise." Alice released her wrist and was gone before Bella could ask any of the 4 questions clamoring for first place in her mouth. Bella stood in the middle of the corridor with the lunch crowd flowing around her and the small bell in her chest ringing on, and she thought, with the slow, surprised clarity of a person who has been quietly miserable for a long time, "I do not care what they want me to hear. I am going to the diner." He was not when she arrived at the diner. She sat at the counter for half an hour, drinking coffee she did not want, reading the same page of Wuthering Heights 3 times and watching the door. Doreen brought her a refill and said, "Honey, you eaten?" And Bella said, "Not hungry, thanks." And Doreen looked at her with the kindly skepticism of a woman who had served coffee to the heartbroken for 30 years and went away to mind till the door chimed. It was not him. It was an old man in a yellow rain slicker who tipped his hat to Doreen and ordered a slice of pie. Bella's chest did not change its tone. She was aware, suddenly, that she had been listening for it to change, that she had been so attuned all morning to that small, unfamiliar resonance under her ribs that she had been waiting for it to do something it had not done. To rise, to brighten. To say, like a struck second tuning fork, "He is near." The door chimed again. It rose. It brightened. It said exactly that. She did not turn. She had already promised herself she would not turn the moment he came in, because she did not want to be the first thing he saw, because she did not want to look like a girl who had been waiting on a stool. She was, of course, a girl who had been waiting on a stool, but she did not want to look like one. She looked at her book. She felt him cross the diner. She felt him sit down, 2 stools to her left, and say, with the careful, easy quiet of a man who was being polite to her dignity, "Hello." "Hello," she said. She was proud of how level her voice sounded. "You're early. I always am." "That's a very useful habit." She turned her head. He was watching her with the small, quiet smile she had been thinking about for the last 14 hours, and his hair was wet and starred with rain, and the air around him moved in the way that the air around other people did not, as though he were the source of a small, invisible wind. "Hi." She said, "Hi." The bell in her chest did not stop. It synchronized that, she thought distantly, was new. They talked for a long hour. She did not afterward remember what they talked about, only that there had been talk. He drank a coffee. She drank a second one. He did not order food, and neither did she. The diner filled with the after-school crowd and emptied again, and Doreen brought another refill without being asked, and when at last he said, "I should let you get home before your father starts driving the streets," and she said, "He doesn't do that." And he said, "He absolutely does that." She laughed, and she got down from the stool and she walked with him out into the rain. The Volvo was parked across the street. She did not see it at first. She was looking at Harry because she was always looking at Harry, because she had not yet acquired the social muscle of looking at anything else when he was in line of sight. He was the one who looked. His eyes flicked sideways, paused, stayed, and the small, easy smile he had been wearing for the last hour reorganized itself behind his eyes into something quite different. It was, she thought, the smile of a man preparing a polite introduction. It was also the smile of a man preparing. "Bella." He said quietly, "Do you know that car?" She turned. She did. Edward was standing on the sidewalk on the other side of the street with his hands in the pockets of a long gray coat and a stillness about him that Bella, in the year she had known him, had grown to read like weather. Alice was beside him. Jasper was a long pale line behind them, not quite touching Alice's shoulder. "Yes," she said. "Friends of yours?" "Yes, good friends. Yes." Then it would be rude not to say hello. He set out across the street with the ease of a man who had crossed many streets. She walked at his elbow, because she could not have stayed on the curb if she had tried, and the small, steady tone in her chest had begun, now, to behave like a held breath in a room where someone was about to laugh. Edward stepped forward to meet them. He was not, she registered with a small inner adjustment, going to be polite. He was going to be civil, and the difference was the breadth of a knife. "Hello, Bella," he said, and his voice was the voice he used when he was being careful for her. He looked at Harry. "Mr. Evans." Harry held out his hand. "And you, Edward Cullen." Edward did not take the hand. He looked at it for a small, precise moment, and then at Harry's face, and Harry, with the exquisite patience of a man who had been refused handshakes by far more frightening creatures, lowered his hand without breaking the smile. "Cullens, Bella's mentioned you. Has she? Often? How fortunate." Edward said that she has not yet had occasion to mention you. Harry tilted his head a quarter of an inch. "I've only just arrived from London. For the rain." The quiet sound that came out of Edward then was not a laugh. It was the small, dry, considered exhalation of a man who had heard the answer he expected and disliked it. "Edward," Bella said low, "don't. I'm only asking, Bella, don't." Alice put her hand very lightly on Edward's elbow. Jasper had not moved at all, which was its own kind of moving. The street was empty around them. The rain had gentled, as though it too were holding its breath. Harry looked at Edward for a long, level moment. He looked at him the way Bella had seen Charlie once look at a man at her roadside who had been smiling too easily and standing too straight. It was the look of a person taking the measure of another and finding the measurement interesting. "You're being very polite for a man who is trying not to be," Harry said. Edward's eyes, gold, a degree paler today than usual, did not move. "I value Bella. So do I. You met her yesterday." "And that is hardly," Edward said very softly, "the basis for a value. It is the basis I have." Bella, watching them, felt the bell in her chest do the strangest thing it had yet done. It did not rise. It did not brighten. It steadied. It became, for a moment, less a sound she was hearing and more a thing she was standing on. It became, and the word was the only word she had for it, ground. Harry took a quiet half-step forward. Edward did not move, but Alice did, a small involuntary tightening of the fingers on Edward's elbow that was not, Bella thought, a restraint of Edward but a brace of Alice's own. Mr. Cullen, Harry said. I am not here to harm her. I am not here, in fact, to do anything except be in the same town as her, and if she does not wish me to do that, I will leave. I have walked away from places before. I am very good at it, but I am not going to walk away from her if she has not asked me to. He did not raise his voice. He did not lift his hand. His eyes did something behind the green of them that was, Bella thought, like the small adjustment of light in a window when someone moves a candle in the room beyond it. It was not threat. It was not exactly threat. It was the visible memory of threat, banked down very low, like a kindled fire that had been trained by long use to behave. Edward, who had been standing very still, went somehow stiller. Bella saw Jasper's chin come up by a degree. Alice was no longer looking at Harry. Alice was looking at Edward for a long moment. No one said anything. I see, Edward said at last, very carefully. Forgive me, I was not entirely prepared. Bella has a tendency to bring home strays. That makes two of you then, Harry said pleasantly. A small flicker of something, surprise, perhaps reluctant respect, passed behind Edward's eyes and was, in a heartbeat, put away. He inclined his head the smallest of movements. Bella, he said, may I speak to you a moment? Bella looked at Harry. Of course, Harry said. I'll wait by the truck. She walked with Edward a little way down the sidewalk. The rain had thickened again and the gutters ran. Edward stopped under the awning of the hardware store. He did not look at her at first. He looked back at Harry, who was leaning against the door of her truck with his hands in his pockets and the small, patient expression of a man who had waited longer than this for less. Bella, Edward said. Edward, I cannot read him. What? I cannot read him. He turned his head and looked at her. There was a small fissure of bewilderment behind his ordinarily perfect calm. I can read every other person on this street at this moment. I can read you. I can read the man who runs the hardware store who is, at present, thinking about whether his back will tolerate another hour of inventory. I can read the dog 3 blocks away who is thinking about a squirrel. I cannot read the man you have just introduced me to, and I have never failed to read a man on a sidewalk in 100 years. She blinked. Like you can't read me. No, he was watching her closely. You are quiet to me, like a closed room. He is not closed. He is open. I am simply not allowed in. What does that mean? I do not know. He paused. Bella, what do you feel when you are near him? She did not answer at once. The bell in her chest was still humming, more quietly now, but with a weight of certainty under the sound that she could not have named yesterday and could not have ignored today. I feel, she said slowly, like I have been waiting for him. He closed his eyes. He opened them. He looked at her with the small, terrible, careful kindness she had, in her year of knowing him, learned to associate with the worst news he had ever given her. Then I will not be in the way, he said. Edward, Bella. He raised one hand, the smallest of movements, to forestall her. If you tell me you have been waiting for him, then I have not been the person you were waiting for. I have suspected as much for a long time. I have been, he glanced down. I have been a friend to you, badly, on occasion. I am sorry for it. I am asking you only this. Be careful. We will be close if you have need of us. He won't hurt me. He may not be the only one who could. She swallowed. He looked at her for a long, gentle moment. Then he stepped back. He looked once past her at the man waiting beside her truck. He inclined his head, a slow, formal gesture that Bella, in her year of knowing him, had only ever seen him used to Carlisle, and walked across the street to where Alice and Jasper waited beside the Volvo. Harry was watching him as he came. He did not move. As Edward passed in the road, Edward said very softly, in a voice not audible to anyone but the man he was addressing, "If she comes to harm, I will know. Then we will both be looking after her," Harry said, equally softly. "That is a comfort." Edward held his eye for a moment. He nodded once. He climbed into the driver's seat of the Volvo. The engine turned over with the well-bred whisper of an expensive car. They pulled away. Harry turned to Bella. The smile he wore was different from the smile he had worn in the diner. It was tired. It was a smile that said, "I have done this many times in different countries with different men, and I am sorry I had to do it with one of yours." "I'm sorry," she said. "Don't be." Bella." He stepped close. He did not touch her. "I am not annoyed. I am not surprised. I would have done the same if I were him. He cares about you and he does not understand me, and that is exactly what a person who cares about you should do when faced with a person they do not understand. She nodded. Her throat had got tight. She had not expected it to. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached out very carefully and tucked a wet strand of her hair behind her ear. The bell in her chest sang. "I'll see you tomorrow," he said. "Yes," she said. He stepped back. He walked to his car. He drove away. She stood under the awning of the diner in the rain for a very long time. Charlie was on the porch when she pulled into the drive. He had a beer in his hand and the sort of expression a father wore when he had been thinking about something and was in no hurry to start a conversation about it. "Bells, hi, Dad, you went to the diner." "I did." "With Harry, He took a drink. "Sue brought salmon, it's in the oven." "Smells good." "Bells?" "Yeah, Dad." He looked at her for a long moment. The porch light made his face into a series of shadows. "I'm not going to ask you anything you don't want to answer," he said. "I am going to tell you once that I run the names of strangers through the system as a matter of habit, and that there's not much under Harry Evans, and that what little there is reads like a man who has been very polite to a lot of forms for a very long time. That is not a complaint. I have known a number of men like that, and most of them were good men. I am only saying that I noticed." "I noticed too," she said, which was the truth in more ways than one. He nodded slowly. "All right." He drained the bottle. "Come in and eat." She followed him in. The salmon was good. She did not taste it. She lay in bed that night with the window cracked an inch and her hand flat on her chest. Outside, the rain slowed to a whisper and started again. Somewhere out beyond the trees, 4 miles down a gravel drive, a man she had met yesterday was sitting on the floor of his cottage with his back to the wood stove, writing a long letter by hand to a woman in another country, and at the bottom of the page he had written, in careful, slanting print, "Hermione, I am going to need to tell her, not yet, but soon, tell me how to do it." He did not, as it happened, need to tell her anything she had not begun in some private, instinctive way to know already, but neither of them yet knew that. So Harry stood up and gave the letter to his owl, and Bella turned over and pulled the blanket up to her chin, and 4 miles apart in the same rain, in the same silence, both of them fell asleep at exactly the same minute, with their hands at exactly the same place on their chests. Across the dark, in a house of glass tucked into a fold of the woods, Carlisle Cullen sat at the desk in his study with his fingers steepled and his eyes on a small leather-bound book he had not opened in 80 years. Edward stood at the window. Alice sat on the arm of the leather chair. Jasper was a long dark line by the door. "You felt it too," Carlisle said quietly. "Edward?" "I felt old," Edward said. "When he looked at me, I felt old and I felt outmatched. I have not felt either of those things in a very long time. And he was, you say, polite about it." "He was kind about it, Carlisle." Alice's voice was very small. "I cannot see him, I cannot see her with him, I cannot see what comes next." "Have you told her?" I told her I couldn't see him. I didn't tell her. That is enough for now." Carlisle rested his fingertips against the leather of the book. "Edward, you will be civil, you will be more than civil, you will be courteous. If he is what I think he may be, we have not seen one in this country in 70 years, and he is not a man I want to give cause to dislike us. And if he is dangerous to her—" "He will not be dangerous to her," Carlisle said. "But he may be dangerous to anything which is dangerous to her. That is not the same thing. We will need to be careful. We will need to be kind." Edward looked out at the rain. He did not, for a long time, say anything. "I will be kind," he said at last. "I owe her that." Carlisle nodded once. He opened the leather-bound book. He turned the pages carefully, as if they might come apart in his hands until he came to the one he wanted, and he read for a long time in silence. Outside, the rain went on. Inside, the small leather book had a heading on the page he was reading, and the heading, in a careful, antique hand, said only of the bond between two souls. The owls began arriving on the 3rd day. The first one came at 5 in the morning, while it was still dark. Harry was awake. He had been awake for most of the night, sitting cross-legged on the floor by the wood stove with his wand in his lap, paging through a small black notebook in which he had been keeping, for the better part of 2 years, a private record of every odd magical fact that had ever struck him as relevant to nothing in particular. Old curses, old healings, old bonds. He had bought the notebook in Diagon Alley a month after the war, when everyone else had been writing memoirs and he had not been able to write anything at all. And he had filled it slowly, in the back hours of insomnia, the way some men carved wooden birds. There was, he discovered, an entire page on soulmate bonds. He had no memory of writing it. The handwriting was his. The ink was old. He had transcribed in his own slow, careful print 4 citations and a footnote. 3 of the citations were from the same 8th century compendium. The 4th was from a marginal note in a ministry register dated 1632. The footnote, in a different color of ink, said simply, C. Lovegood, X, personal correspondence, undated. He sat with the notebook on his knees and read the page 3 times. Then the first owl tapped at the window. It was a sleek brown thing he did not recognize, with a Ministry of Magic seal on the strap of its leg pouch and the polite, disinterested expression of a bird who had crossed the Atlantic on someone else's instructions, and would prefer not to discuss it. He let it in, gave it water, took the small roll of parchment from its leg and broke the seal. It was not from Hermione, it was from Bill Weasley, and it said, Harry H. forwarded yours. I am at Shell Cottage. I have spent the day with the books. There is more in the old Welsh material than the 8th century stuff she'll have mentioned, and I will write you a longer letter tomorrow once I've finished checking. The short version is this: what you are describing is real. It is also rare enough that I have only ever read about it in a color engraving, and that engraving was done by a wizard who lived 300 years ago and was widely regarded as a romantic. Take it slowly. Take it very slowly. Do not let the bond do your thinking for you. The old word for it, and you'll like this, is feisinid, which is Gaelic for fate judging, and the suggestion in the texts is that the bond does not create the love so much as it recognizes a love that would in any case have happened. This is not, in other words, a leash. It is a confirmation. Treat it that way if you need anything, owl me. F is, of course, hounding me for details, and I have, of course, told him nothing. Hermione will not have either. You have a clear field. Be well, Harry. I am pleased for you. B. Harry read the letter twice. He folded it and put it on the windowsill beside the small square of parchment from Luna, and he sat for a long time looking at the rain. The second owl came at 8. It was Hermione's. She had used the flu in Bill's cottage to send something Harry recognized as her own version of urgent, a long letter on her best parchment, in her best hand, with 3 separate diagrams folded in. She had, characteristically, drawn the bond as a circuit and labeled its components, and she had also, characteristically, included a paragraph of frank emotional advice that began, You are going to want to do everything quickly, Harry, and you must absolutely not. He read her letter 4 times. He was on the 3rd reading when he realized he was smiling. The 3rd owl came at 10. It was a small gray thing with American customs and excise stamped on its tag, and it bore a single short message from Magical Congress in Washington informing him that his international travel papers had been formally acknowledged, that he was authorized for 90 days of unrestricted residence as a foreign Auror on personal leave, and that should he require any official assistance, he could contact the Northwest Field Office at his convenience. There was a postscript at the bottom of the letter, written by hand, in a different ink, in the small, sharp, decisive print that Harry would in due course come to associate with Auror Roxanne Locke. It said, Mr. Potter, please accept this as a courtesy from the office. I will be in touch on a separate matter in the next several days. Welcome to the West Coast. R.L. He put that letter on the windowsill too. He stood at the window. He watched the rain, then he went to find Bella. She was at the trailhead by the river by 11:30, because he had asked her, by phone the night before, if she would take a walk with him in the woods. And because she had said yes the moment he asked, and had been having small private arguments with her own face about the smile ever since. He was waiting when she arrived. He was leaning against the trunk of his rented car with his hands in his pockets, in a black coat that was wetter than it ought to be even for Forks, and the small invisible wind that traveled with him was making the ferns by the trailhead lean very faintly toward him without quite knowing why. You came, he said. Of course I did. Walk with me? Yes. He pushed off the car. He did not offer her his hand. He did, however, walk close enough at her left shoulder that they bumped gently twice in the first 100 yards, and the second time she did not move away. The trail along the river was a soft, mossy thing that smelled of wet wood and old leaves. The river ran high and fast and brown beside them, and the rain had let up enough that the sound of the water became the loudest thing in the world. They walked for a quarter of a mile before either of them spoke. "Bella," he said at last, "I am going to tell you something that is going to sound mad. I am going to ask you to listen until the end. Will you do that?" She did not look at him. She kept her eyes on the trail. Her chest was a calm, steady glow. "I will do that." He drew in a breath and let it out. "I am a wizard," he said. She kept walking. She heard the words. She turned them over once. She did not, somewhat to her own surprise, find them surprising. "All right," she said. He glanced at her. "All right." I'm sorry. I'm not. I was supposed to be more shocked, wasn't I? I'm sorry. I've been around things for a year. I think my shock muscle has," he laughed. It was the first time she had heard him laugh properly, and the sound of it made the bell in her chest do something almost embarrassing. "No," he said. "Don't apologize. I would have been startled if you'd been startled. I am very much glad you weren't. You're a wizard." "Yes." "With wand, robes, the lot." "With wand. I don't generally wear robes. They were never very comfortable, not in the rain." "And you, what, fly on a broomstick?" "On occasion. I am, by reputation, terrible at it. By practice I am not as bad as the reputation suggests." She glanced at him. He was watching her with the careful, amused, hopeful expression of a man who had been very afraid she would walk away. "And you came to Forks because, what, you got tired of magic?" "I got tired of being looked at." She nodded slowly. "I understand that one." He looked at her, suddenly serious. "Yes," he said, "I think you do." The trail bent away from the river and into a small, flat clearing where the moss had grown over a stand of fallen logs. He stopped there. He did not sit down. He turned slowly to face her. "Bella," he said, "I have to tell you the rest of it. There is a war." "There was a war. It ended a year ago. I was a great deal of it. There was a man called Voldemort. He was a kind of king of the dark wizards in Britain, and he wanted to kill people who did not have magical blood, and he wanted to kill me in particular because of an old prophecy that I would not bore you with. We fought him for years. People I loved died. A great many people died. I killed him. It is possible to say the words quickly. It is not possible to feel them quickly." She did not say anything. She looked at him. The bell in her chest had shifted, very faintly, from its bright, steady tone into something deeper and more careful, like a hand laid against the strings of an instrument to keep them from vibrating. "After it was over," he said, "I worked at the ministry for a while. I was useful. I was given an office. I was given a title. I was made to attend a great many parties at which I was the centerpiece. I was 19 years old, and I was tired in a way that I had not known was possible. Hermione, that's my friend, the one whose letter is on the kitchen table. Hermione told me to leave, to go somewhere quiet, to not come back until I wanted to, so I came here, to Forks. Because the witch in Seattle who handles foreign placements told me there was a healer's cottage open at the end of a quiet road in a town that had less to do with the wizarding world than any other place in the Pacific Northwest. And because..." He paused, looked down at his hands, looked up at her again, and because something in me said yes the moment she said the name. The clearing was very quiet. Somewhere a thrush sang. The rain had thinned to a fine, drifting mist that caught in their hair and on the moss and made the air look, very faintly, silver. "There's more," he said. "I have to tell you the rest, may I?" "Yes. In our world there is a story. It is a very old story. There is a phenomenon. It is so rare that for most of my life I would have said it did not exist. The wizards call it the bond between two souls. The Welsh have a different word for it. It is, briefly, a kind of mutual recognition. Two people meet and a kind of resonance starts in both of them. The stories say it can be felt under the breastbone, like a small held tone. The stories say it does not stop until the two are in each other's company. The stories say a great many other things, most of them written by wizards who had had too much wine and had not themselves ever experienced any such thing, but on the central point they agree. It is recognition. It is not coercion. It does not make a person love another person. It tells two people that if they let themselves, they would. She looked at him. He was watching her with the quiet, terrified courage of a man who had walked across many bridges and was now, voluntarily, walking across one he had built himself. Harry, she said, Bella. It's been ringing in my chest since the diner. Yes, it's still ringing. Yes, is yours. Since the moment you came through the door, yes. She closed her eyes. She breathed out. She had thought on the long nights that she had imagined it. She had thought she was making a very pretty story out of an unfortunate stomach problem and a man with green eyes. She had thought, with the small, careful skepticism of a person who had been disappointed before, that she was the kind of girl who did this, who made meaning out of a stranger's polite kindness because she had been lonely for a year and a half. She opened her eyes. She looked at him. She saw in his face the small, steady tone that had been ringing under her breastbone for 3 days. I thought I was making it up, she said. So did I. You did. I thought I was a man who had been alone for too long, who had walked into a diner and been struck by a girl and had concocted a very pretty story to make the strike feel like more than it was. I had read about the bond. I had even kept a private note about it. I had not believed it. I am, in general, not a believer. And now, he said very quietly, I cannot deny what is happening to me without becoming a liar. The air between them was very small. The thrush sang once more. The mist drifted. Harry, she said, are you telling me this so that I will agree to it? No, are you telling me this so that I will know what is happening? Yes, and so you can decide what you want to do about it. What do you want to do about it? He did not answer at once. He looked at her for a long moment. He looked at her the way she had read a man might look at the only door in a long, dark hall. I want, he said, to know you. I want to take you out for a coffee that we both pay for. I want to sit beside you in a library and not say anything for an hour. I want to learn what you read and what you eat and what you laugh at, and I want to come back to that cottage with my brain full of you and lie in the dark and think about what you said. I want to take this slowly. I want to take it as slowly as you will let me, she swallowed. I want, Bella, to be careful with you. I have in my life been careful with very few things. I have not been careful with myself. I have not, often, been able to be careful with the people I love because there has not been time. I have time now. I want to be careful with you for as long as you let me. She thought, quite suddenly, that she might cry. She tried. Harry, he waited. She tried again. I have not been brave for a very long time. I have been waiting. I don't know what for. I have been waiting since I came here. I have been going through the days. She stopped. She looked at him. She could feel the small, bright tone in her chest, and underneath it she could feel something steadier and older, the long, low note of a person who had, perhaps, also been waiting. I want to know you too, she said. All of it, the wizard, the bond, the man, I want all of it. I want to take it slowly. She drew in a breath, and to her own astonishment her hand reached out and found his, and his closed around hers as if it had been waiting a long time to do exactly that. I want to be brave. You already are, Bella, he said. She smiled at him, a small wet smile that she felt in her teeth. That's a lie. It is the truest thing I have said this morning, she laughed. She did not let go of his hand. They walked on along the trail, and she did not afterward remember a single thing he said for the next half hour, only the warmth of his hand around hers, and the small, steady tone in her chest now humming, calmly, in time with his footsteps on the path. Edward was waiting at the trailhead when they came out of the woods. He was not waiting in any aggressive way. He was simply standing beside the parked Volvo with his hands in the pockets of his coat, and as they came out of the trees he straightened slowly and lifted one hand in the smallest of greetings. Bella's hand tightened around Harry's. Harry, very gently, squeezed back. They stopped at the edge of the trail. Edward, Bella said. Bella. He inclined his head to her. He looked at Harry. He looked at him for a long moment with an expression Bella could not entirely read, and then he said, Mr. Evans, may I ask you a question? Yes. Will you walk a little way with me? Harry looked at Bella. She looked at him. She nodded once. I'll be right here, she said. Harry let go of her hand. He walked with Edward a small distance down the gravel of the lay-by. They did not stop walking until they were perhaps 30 yards from her truck, in the lee of an old cedar, and Bella, who could see them but could not hear them, watched them stand and talk for what felt like a very long time and probably was not. She could not hear what they said. In point of fact, what they said was this: "Mr. Evans," Edward said, "I will ask you only once, and I will believe whatever answer you give me. Will you hurt her?" "No," Harry said. "I would die first. You may have to." "Then I will." Edward studied him. He had the eyes of a man who had been alive for a very long time and had developed, by long practice, the particular skill of reading a stranger. He looked. He looked. He saw, behind Harry's eyes, the long shape of a war he had not fought in and would never have wanted to. He saw, behind Harry's eyes, the small, exhausted, bright, unbroken thing that was, at present, Bella Swan. He let out a slow breath he did not need. "You are not what I expected," he said. "I usually am not. My family will need to meet you. I would be honored. Carlyle has questions. I will answer them as I can. He has a book in his study. I would very much like to know whether what he has read in it about you is true. I would very much like to know what he has read in it." The smallest, driest of smiles touched the corner of Edward's mouth. "We will arrange it," he said. He paused. He looked back very briefly at Bella standing by the trailhead with her hands in her pockets and her eyes on them. "Mr. Evans, Mr. Cullen, I have loved her too, in my fashion, I know. I will be present. I will not be in your way, but I will be present. She has been important to us." "I am grateful," Harry said quietly. "Truly?" Edward held his eye for a long moment. He nodded once. "I will tell my family you will come to dinner tomorrow night if you are free. Tell them I would not miss it." Edward inclined his head. He turned. He walked back to the Volvo. As he passed Bella, he said, very softly, "Be happy, Bella," and was gone before she had got her mouth open to answer. The Volvo's engine turned over. It pulled away. They stood under the wet branches of the cedar and listened to the sound of it disappearing along the road. Harry came back to her. He did not, this time, take her hand. He did not need to. The bell in her chest had laid itself down beside the bell in his, and the two of them were doing what struck tuning forks do in a small enclosed room. She looked at him. "What did he say?" "He invited me to dinner." She blinked. "He what? Tomorrow. You're invited too, the whole family." "Edward Cullen invited you to dinner." "Edward Cullen invited me to dinner. Are you all right with that?" He looked at her. His face was very serious and very gentle. "Bella," he said, "I have, in the last 24 hours, learned several things about myself that I did not know yesterday. One of them is that I am perfectly happy to do anything that allows me to be in the same room as you for several hours in a row. If that includes dinner with your friends who do not eat dinner, I am, on balance, in favor." She laughed. She put her hand over her mouth. The mist drifted on. The thrush sang. "All right," she said. "Dinner, dinner." He walked her to her truck. He opened the door for her. He closed it after her. He put his hand, very briefly, against the cold metal of the window beside her face, and she put hers against the inside of the glass to meet it, and they stayed like that for a heartbeat and another, and then he stepped back and she started the engine. And she drove home through the rain with her chest singing and her hands quite steady on the wheel. In a small kitchen at the end of a gravel drive that night, a brown owl perched on the back of a chair while Harry wrote his second letter to Hermione of the day. He wrote, "Hermione, the bond is real. I have spoken to her about it. She knew before I told her. She is a Hermione. She is brave in the way you are brave, the small, unflashy way that does not come up in stories. I am going to dinner with the Cullens tomorrow. I will tell you everything. I am, Hermione, very tired, and I am, Hermione, very happy. I would not have known it could be both of those things at once." He sealed the letter. He gave it to the owl. He stood at the window and watched the bird vanish into the dark. In a small white house on the other side of town, Bella Swan lay in her bed with her hand on her chest and her eyes open in the dark. The bell was very quiet. It was very steady. It was, she thought, a kind of permanence she had not been allowed to believe in before. She closed her eyes. She slept. She did not dream. She did not need to. Outside both their windows, the rain came down on the cedar, and the moss-furred trunks of the great wet woods, and somewhere very far away, in the basement of a warehouse in the docks of Seattle. A man with thin, pale hands and a wand made of yew was setting down a teacup on a saucer and saying, to a thing that crouched in the corner with a chain at its throat, "Soon, my pretty. Soon." He had not yet heard the name Harry Potter spoken in this country. He would in time. The Cullen house stood in a fold of the woods 3 miles up an unpaved road, and even by night, even in the rain, even under a low ceiling of cloud, it managed to look as though someone had thought a great deal about light. 3 stories of glass and pale wood, set back into the trees like something half-remembered from a magazine, with a long, low porch that wrapped around 2 sides and a chimney that had not, in many decades, been used for actual cooking. Harry slowed the car at the bottom of the drive and looked up at it for a long, considered moment. "It's a lot," Bella said in the seat beside him. "It is something," he agreed. "Did they design it themselves?" "Esme, mostly." "Tell her when there's time that I'd like to ask her about the sightlines." He let off the brake. The car coasted up the drive. "I am very interested in a person who has thought about light that carefully." "You're going to charm her," Bella said. "I am going to be polite." "That is what I said." He laughed. He parked beside the long black shape of Edward's Volvo. He got out and went around the car and opened her door before she had touched the handle, and as he handed her down he said, very softly, "I am, by the way, only nervous in the small ways. The large ways have, on balance, been worn out by other dinners. That is supposed to make me feel better. It is supposed to make me feel better." She laughed in turn, and that, he thought, was reason enough to have come. The front door opened before they reached the porch. Esme was a small, bright shape in the doorway, with her hands clasped at her waist, and the particular smile of a hostess who had been preparing for guests since lunchtime. Behind her, the wide sitting room had been arranged for company, the furniture pushed gently to the walls, a low table laid with a pitcher of water and 7 glasses, a vase of white camellias on the mantel that had not, 12 hours ago, been there. Bella. Esme drew her in with both hands and a kiss on the cheek that did not quite touch skin. "And you must be Harry, Mrs. Cullen." "Esme, please." She held out her hand. He took it. He did not, as a man entirely unused to vampires might have done, hesitate over the cool of it. He smiled at her, easily and without performance, and she smiled back with an expression that surprised her. Esme had not, in the long, quiet years of being a mother to a family of people who were no longer of the world, expected to be charmed by a young man at her own front door, and she was. In the small, private way of a hostess being unexpectedly disarmed, charmed. "Come in. Carlyle is in the front room. Edward, already there, I think," Harry said gently. He had, with the part of his attention he reserved for a room before he entered it, marked the cool, deliberate stillness of 3 vampires standing very quietly at the fringes of his awareness. "It's all right. They've been very polite about waiting." Esma's eyes found his with a quick, surprised assessment, and her smile gentled to a different register. "Yes," she said. "We have been trying to be." He nodded to her. He stepped past her into the sitting room with Bella's hand at his elbow. The Cullens were arranged with the careful informality of a family that had practiced informality for a long time. Carlyle stood by the cold fireplace with a leather-bound book in one hand and his other hand at his back. Edward was at the window, looking out at the rain. Alice sat on the low couch with her knees drawn up and her chin on her hand. Jasper stood behind her, and the way he stood behind her, close, present, not touching, was, Harry registered, exactly the way Bill Weasley stood behind Fleur. Rosalie sat in a wing-back chair with her ankles crossed and an expression that was, with extraordinary courtesy, not quite hostile. Emmett occupied an entire armchair as if it were a throne. He had a grin on his face that suggested he had been waiting some time to use it. "Mr. Evans," Carlyle said. "Dr. Cullen." Harry crossed the room. He held out his hand. Carlyle took it briefly with the small, deliberate care that all the Cullens used in handshakes. Harry, who had been shaking hands with very strange creatures since he was 11, did not flinch. "Welcome to our home." "Thank you for having me. I'm sorry we haven't laid a meal. I had a sandwich on the way." "Of course." A small, dry smile, Carlyle's first, and a thing that made Esme glance at him in private surprise touched the corners of his eyes. "Please, sit, Bella, lovely as always." "Hi, Carlyle." Bella said. They sat. Harry on the long couch, Bella beside him, close enough that her shoulder was a warm line against his. Esme settled into the wingback opposite Rosalie. Carlyle, after a long, considering moment, lowered himself into the chair across from Harry and laid the leather-bound book carefully across his knees. The room went, by careful degrees, quiet. "Mr. Evans," Carlyle said, "I will not pretend that we have not been talking about you. We have. I will not pretend that I have not been reading. I have. I am going to ask you, with your permission, a number of questions that may sound impertinent, and I want you to know in advance that I am asking them not because I doubt your goodness. Edward, I think, has settled that one for us, but because we are a family who lives quietly in a small town and who has, in the course of a long life, learned to be cautious with strangers. May I?" "You may. Thank you." Carlyle laid his fingertips on the book. "Edward tells me he cannot read your thoughts." "He can't? You block him?" "Yes, I learned there was a great deal of need." "Was there a person?" "Yes," Harry said quietly. "There was a person who tried to read mine for many years. I learned to keep him out." Carlyle considered. "Alice has told me she cannot see you." "Or Bella when she is with you?" "Yes, I was warned about the—" He glanced apologetically at Alice, who lifted one small hand in a get-on-with-it gesture, "about the gift. I have not consciously blocked her, but I expect the same protection runs against her sight as well. And Jasper, can I ask?" Jasper inclined his head a fraction. "He's present. I can feel him in the room. I cannot push him. I have not tried." There was a small silence. "Bella, however, is calmer than I have ever sensed her in his company. Is that a compliment to me or to her?" Harry asked. A slow, dry, surprised smile. "To both," Jasper said. Carlyle laid his hand flat on the book. "Mr. Evans, I am going to read you something. It is from the journal of a wizard named Eustace Worthing. He was a friend of my father's, in fact. He died in 1717. He made a study late in his life of certain phenomena of which he believed he had been a witness. May I, please?" Carlyle opened the book. He read in a quiet, level voice, "Of the bond between two souls, I will say this. It is not, as the romances would have it, a thing that strikes like a thunderbolt and is in a moment understood. It is a slow recognition. The first sign is a tone in the breastbone of both, like a small bell that has been struck and will not be still. It does not grow louder when they are near. It grows quieter. It is the absence of distance which it answers. The second sign is the response of the world about them, small things, of an order ordinarily ignored. The plants lean a degree toward them when they pass close, the birds quiet when they are speaking. Light catches differently on the windows of rooms in which they sit. The third sign, and this is the sign which has been most often misread in my own observations and in the texts I have studied, is that those creatures most attuned to the underside of the world become, in their presence, briefly mute. Vampires lose the gift of reading the mind. Diviners lose the gift of seeing the future. Empaths lose the gift of nudging the heart. It is as though the bond, in its mere existence, takes up the room which other gifts would ordinarily occupy. The bond is not, in itself, a thing that can be commanded. It is a thing that must be submitted to. He who would force it bends the world. He who would refuse it breaks himself. Carlyle closed the book. He laid his hand flat on it again. "Mr. Evans," he said quietly, "all three signs are present in this room as I read." Harry did not, for a long moment, say anything. He looked down at his hand. He looked up at Bella. He looked at Carlyle. He drew breath. "Yes," he said, "I think they are." A very small, quiet exhalation went around the room. Esme's eyes were bright. Alice's mouth was working slightly, as if she were having an argument with her own face about whether or not to grin. Even Rosalie, in her wingback, had unbent by 1/4 of an inch. "What does it mean, then?" Edward said quietly from the window. "The book is vague." "Eustace Worthing was vague on principle," Carlyle said dryly. "It is one of his charms." "It means," Harry said slowly, "that we have to be careful. It means that the bond is real. It means that nothing is forced. It means that what Bella and I feel for each other is." He glanced at her briefly with a very private expression, what we would have felt anyway if we had ever met. It means that we are not free to walk away from it without breaking ourselves. It means that we are also not obliged to hurry. And it means, Carlyle said with great care, that when others learn of it, they will want to use it. Yes. There are some who will want to use her against you. Yes. There are some who will want to use you against her. Yes, Mr. Evans. Carlyle's eyes were dark and very steady. I have lived a very long time. I have known many things about old magic. I have not, in 250 years, ever met a wizard. I have heard of them. I have, in the course of my doctoring, treated 1 or 2 patients whose injuries did not look right and who were taken away by men I did not recognize. I have read about you in books. I have not met one of you. I am asking you, plainly, how dangerous is what is happening to you and to her? Not because I will turn you out if the answer is bad, because we are her family and we will need to know what we are facing. Harry was quiet for a long moment. He looked at the leather book on Carlyle's knees. He looked at Bella, whose hand had found his on the couch between them. He looked again at Carlyle. I will tell you, he said, exactly. I owe you that. I am not in our world an ordinary wizard. I am, by reputation, a marked man. I have killed a powerful enemy. I have made, in the course of doing so, other enemies. There are people in my country who would very much like to be connected to me, and there are people in my country who would very much like to break me to teach me a lesson. I came here to be quiet for a year. I did not come here to find, he glanced at Bella again. I did not come here to find what I have found, but I have found it, and the consequences of having found it are real. There will be, sooner or later, attention. Some of it will be human, some of it will not. I will tell you everything I know about each kind of attention as it arises. I will not lie to you. I will not lie to her. He paused. And I will, if there is danger to her and there is anything I can do about it, do that thing first. Carlyle looked at him. Esme looked at her hands. Alice at last made a small, undignified noise and grinned. Well, Emmett said from his throne, that was a speech. It was a perfectly decent speech, Edward said from the window with the smallest hint of dryness in his voice. I felt moved. You are easily moved. I am a sensitive soul. Esme, in spite of herself, laughed. It broke the room. Mr. Evans, Carlyle said. Harry, welcome. We will be quietly present. We will not be in your way. If you have need of us, you have only to call. Bella has, of course, our door at any hour. Thank you. Now, Carlyle set the book aside. Tell me, if you would, about wizarding governance in this country, because I have not, in 80 years, had occasion to ask. They talked then for an hour. Harry, who had not enjoyed a serious conversation about the structure of the wizarding world since Hermione's last lecture 3 months earlier, was surprised to find he liked it. Carlyle's questions were precise and informed. Esme served him a cup of tea that no one else drank. Alice asked, very innocently, about flying broomsticks, and Harry, very gravely, told her he would teach her if she liked. And Edward, from the window, said, If you do that, I will lose what little authority I have left in this house. And the room laughed, and the room kept laughing, and at the end of the hour, when Bella and Harry rose to go, Esme walked them to the door with a hand on each of their shoulders and said only to Bella, He is a good one. Keep him? I will, Bella said. He walked her to the truck. He kissed her once very lightly on the corner of her mouth, the first time he had kissed her, and she felt the bell in her chest sing. He helped her into the truck. He waved as she pulled away. He stood for a long time in the rain. Jacob Black was waiting outside the door of his cottage when he got home. Harry saw him from the road. The boy, and he was just a boy, perhaps 17, perhaps 18, but tall enough and broad enough that the words boy and young man did not quite fit either, was sitting on the step under the eaves with his arms wrapped around his knees. He stood up as Harry pulled in, and the rain was coming down hard enough now that even the porch did not quite shelter him. And Harry, who had been a great many things in his life and had learned to recognize when a stranger had been waiting in the cold for a long time, parked the car and got out and said very mildly, How long have you been here? Couple of hours. The boy looked at him as if he had been expecting a different opening, and his shoulders very faintly came down. Yeah, sure. He let Jacob into the kitchen. He put the kettle on. He set a chair out at the table and the boy, after a moment of indecision in which Harry could see him weighing standing against sitting, sat down in it. Harry made the tea. He set a mug in front of Jacob. He poured himself one. He sat down on the other side of the table. "Jacob Black," he said. "Yeah, I've heard about you. Bella speaks well of you, does she?" "Frequently." Jacob looked down at his mug. He had, Harry noticed, the kind of large, scarred, careful hands of a boy who had been working with wood since he could lift a chisel. "You were at the house tonight," Jacob said. "I was." "With them?" "Yes. You smell wrong. I'm sorry, I bathed." In spite of himself, Jacob's mouth twitched. He fought it back. He looked at Harry. Not like a normal stranger, not like one of them. You smell like I don't know what you smell like a forest after a storm. Like a place I haven't been." "That is one of the more poetic descriptions I have been given of myself," Harry said gently. "Drink your tea." Jacob drank. He drank, in fact, with the kind of grave intensity that suggested he had been told, growing up, that drinking what a stranger gave you was a question of dignity rather than thirst. Harry watched him. He had known a number of werewolves in his life, Remus most of all, and he could see, in the slight too warm of the boy across the table, in the very faint scent of pine that came off his hair. In the careful way he rested his shoulders as though they had recently learned to carry weight that other shoulders did not, the unmistakable echo of what the Quileute were. "Jacob," he said, "I am going to save us both some time. I am a wizard. You are a shapeshifter. We are both, by the standards of this town, peculiar. Bella knows what I am. You have come here, I think, because you suspected I was something, and you wanted to know what kind of something. Is that right?" Jacob put the mug down. He stared at him. "Yes," he said after a long moment. "All right." Harry leaned back in the chair. He did not touch his wand. He did not need to. "Ask me what you want to ask me." Jacob breathed in. He breathed out. Are you here for her, in a sense?" "Yes, but not in the way you mean." "What do you mean?" "I mean I came here for quiet." "I did not know she was here. I met her by accident. There is a thing between us. She will, perhaps, tell you about it in time if she wishes, that I did not expect. I am not here to take her. I am not here to harm her. I am here, if she wants me, to make her happy. Beyond that, I have not made plans." Jacob chewed the inside of his cheek. He was, Harry noticed, fighting very hard not to like him, and Harry, who had been on the other side of that fight several times in his life, did not press. "Sam wants to meet you," Jacob said finally. "All right." "At the line, the treaty line, tomorrow night." "All right. He'll bring the others. Of course. He'll be polite. He's good. He's the alpha. He's good. But he won't trust you. None of us will trust you. We don't trust the Cullens and their family of ours now. Jacob." Harry's voice was very gentle. "I am not asking you to trust me. I am asking you to test me. Test me as much as you like. I have been tested by harder men than I expect Sam Uli will turn out to be. He will not find me wanting where it matters." Jacob looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded once. "Tomorrow night," he said. 8, the line on the old logging road past the bend. I'll be there." Jacob stood. He hesitated. "Mr. Evans? Harry? Harry, thank you for the tea. Any time, Jacob." The boy ducked his head. He went out into the rain. Harry sat at the table and listened to the soft, four-footed sound of a young man walking away on a road that was no longer entirely a road for him. And he sat there for a long time after the sound had gone, with his fingers laced around his cooling mug. The treaty line the next night was a bend of the old logging road just past where the asphalt gave out and the gravel began. It was after 8 when Harry pulled up. He cut the engine. He sat for a moment with his hands on the wheel. "You ready?" Bella asked from the passenger seat. He had not, in the end, been able to talk her out of coming. He had not, after the first half-hearted attempt, particularly tried. "I am," he said. "Stay close, but not too close. They will not hurt me, but if anything goes wrong, I want to know I can move without worrying about where you are." All right, all right." He got out. He walked to the bend in the road. The rain had let off for the first time in 3 days. The sky overhead was a low, soft, almost blue-gray, and the trees on either side of the road were dripping in the clean way trees drip after a long rain. There were 5 wolves in the road. They were enormous. Sam, Harry knew by Bella's description, Black, the largest, standing at the center. Paul beside him, smaller and silver-gray, with eyes that gave the impression of having been waiting a long time for this particular evening. Jared Brown. Embry pale, Jacob a fifth russet coated, standing slightly to the back with his head a fraction low as though he were keeping a private peace with himself. Harry walked slowly down the road until he was perhaps 10 yards from them. He stopped. He raised his empty hands. "Sam Uli," he said. "I am Harry Evans. You know what I am, more or less. You know what I am here for. I am willing to prove what I am if you wish. May I?" The black wolf inclined its huge head once. Harry held out his right hand, palm up. He whispered a word. A small, clean, blue-white flame bloomed in his palm. It burned without heat. It did not catch on his skin. He turned his hand to show it to them. He said another word. The flame guttered out. "That," he said, "is one of mine. I have many others. I will not show you all of them tonight because I do not want to startle anyone. I will show you any of them on any other night that you ask. I am asking you, Sam Uli, for permission to be here. I will respect your treaty. I will respect your borders. I will not bite. I will not turn. I have in fact no inclination to do either of those things to anyone living. I have come to your land because Bella Swan is on it, and I will not be far from her. If I make any of you uneasy, you have only to send for me." The black wolf was very still. Behind it, the silver wolf Paul paced one step. The brown wolf Jared stood like a statue. Embry's pale flank twitched. Jacob, behind, lowered his head to his paws and laid himself down on the wet road. After a long moment, the black wolf stepped a single pace forward. He looked at Harry. His golden eyes were the eyes of a man with a man's mind in a wolf's body, and the look in them was the long, careful look of a leader who had been making a very difficult decision and had, with the care that the decision deserved, decided. He inclined his head slowly twice. "Thank you." Harry said. He bowed in return, not deeply. Enough. Behind him, on the road, Bella stood in the open door of the car with her hand at her chest. The bell in her chest was ringing very steadily. She watched the man she had met 3 days ago in a diner stand, alone, in front of 5 enormous wolves, and she felt, to her own private amazement, entirely unafraid. The black wolf turned slowly. He paced back into the trees. The others followed him, Paul with a last lingering look at Harry, Jared without looking, Embry with a small canine snort that was, Harry suspected, the closest a wolf could come to a grudging laugh. Jacob last lifted his head, looked at Harry for a long moment, blinked once with the long, slow blink of a dog who has decided, against his better judgment, to accept a new person into the house, and trotted after his pack into the dark. Harry walked back to the car. "That," Bella said when he had got in beside her, "was—" "Yes," he said, "you didn't even know. He's a good man," Harry said. "I had heard so. I am glad to find it true." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she laughed, a small, hot, half-tearful laugh, and she leaned across the gear shift and she kissed him. It was not a long kiss. It was not, for either of them, a wholly graceful one. It was the kiss of a girl who had decided to do a thing she had been thinking about for 2 days, and the kiss of a man who had not been kissed by a girl of his own choosing in 3 years, and the bell in their chests, when the kiss broke, sang in a chord the like of which neither of them had heard before. He let out a long, surprised, helpless breath. "I am," he said, "going to drive you home, slowly, carefully, with both of my hands on the wheel, because if I do not do that, Bella, I will not get either of us home." She laughed. He started the engine. He drove her home through the rain. The owl came to the cottage at dawn. It was not Bill's. It was not Hermione's. It was a small gray hawk owl with a sharp businesslike eye and a piece of parchment sealed with the gold and blue wax of Macusa. Harry stood at the window in his shirt sleeves with his hair on end and read it. "Mr. Potter, I am in Port Angeles. I am at the Northwest Inn. I am asking you, as a courtesy, to come and meet me at noon. There is a matter on which I would like your eyes, and your name, frankly, will help. R. Locke." He folded the letter. He put on his coat. In a small white house on the other side of town, Bella Swan sat at her kitchen table with a cup of coffee in her hands and her chin on her wrist. And she did not know yet what the day held. And she did not know yet that within an hour she would be in the passenger seat of a rented car driving toward Port Angeles with her hand on her chest, and the bell in it singing, very brightly, with a man whose name was Harry, and who was, for the first time in a great many years, Smiling at the rain, she would, very soon, find out Roxanne Locke was not what Harry had expected. He had been in the Auror service of one country and had visited offices in two others, and he had, in the course of those visits, formed a private opinion about the kind of person who was sent on a courtesy call to a foreign visitor. Small, neat, polite. With a leather notebook and a tendency to ask questions that had the answers already penciled in the margin. Locke was none of those things. She was tall, she was black, she was somewhere in her late 20s, and she had her dark hair cropped close to the skull in the practical way of a woman who had given up, several years ago, on apologizing for it. She wore a long gray wool coat over what looked like a Muggle pantsuit, and she had a pair of very sharp, very tired eyes that swept the lobby of the Northwest in the moment Harry stepped through the door and decided, in an instant, that he was the man she was waiting for. She stood up. She crossed the carpet, she held out her hand. "Mr. Potter, Roxanne Locke, thank you for coming." "Not at all." He took the hand. Her grip was firm and brief. "This is Bella Swan." Locke's eyes flicked to Bella, and where they had been merely sharp, they became, for a fraction of a second, openly curious. "Miss Swan, I'd heard you might be with him. I asked to come. Did you?" Locke tilted her head. "Have you been told what we're doing today?" "Some," Harry said. "Not enough? Locke gestured to the seating area behind her. There was a small round table with 3 chairs. "Sit. I'll have the coffee sent. I will tell you what I have. I have to tell you, Mr. Potter, I am, in the ordinary way, very protective of my open files. I am bending some rules to bring you in. I'd rather not also bring in your civilian friend, even one as well spoken of as Miss Swan. I am going to talk frankly. I am going to ask you to make sure she understands that what I say in this room does not leave it, in any form, for any audience." "Are we clear?" "We're clear," Bella said before Harry could answer. "I won't say a word." Locke looked at her for a long, considered moment. Then, surprisingly, she smiled. "Good, sit." They sat. The coffee came. Locke wrapped her hands around her cup and stared briefly into it as if it were a difficult colleague. "All right," she said. "I will give you what I have. 2 months ago, the Seattle Police Department began investigating the disappearance of 3 young women from the East Lake area. By 6 weeks ago, that number was 8. By a month ago, it was 11. By last week, it was 16. Most of them are between 18 and 24. Most of them are unhoused or in temporary shelter situations or, to put it bluntly, easy to take. None of the bodies that have been found have been intact. All of the ones that have been found have shown signs of, what the Muggle medical examiner is calling extreme exsanguination from undetermined causes. 2 have shown signs of what my office is calling extreme exsanguination from causes that are reasonably determinable to anyone who has read a folklore textbook." "Vampires," Harry said. "Yes. And the others?" "The others were drained more thoroughly. There is also, and this is the part where my office began to get itself involved, magical residue at 3 of the abduction sites and at 2 of the body recovery sites. Recent. Recognizable. An intent to spell pattern in 2 cases, which is to say, somebody on the scene cast a charm to disperse the residue and didn't quite finish. We've identified the charm. It is a piece of work the Northwest hasn't seen in 20 years. It is European. Specifically, it is a piece of work that turned up on 3 separate continents in the late 1990s, in the company of a particular set of British wizards we both know I shouldn't have to name. Harry's mouth had got very dry. He set his coffee down. "Death Eaters?" "Yes, or one of theirs." "Who?" "That, Mr. Potter, is what I have brought you here to help me with." She reached into the leather satchel at her feet and took out a thin folder. She opened it on the table. Inside, there was a single black and white photograph, a Muggle photograph, the kind that did not move, of a thin, pale, narrow-shouldered man in his middle 40s, with a long jaw and a hairline that was retreating in the careful, dignified way of a man who had decided to let it. He had a small white scar along the line of his cheek. He was leaving a coffee shop. The angle of the camera was bad. The image was, even so, quite recognizable. Harry looked at it. His face did not move. "Thaddeus Crane," he said. Locke nodded slowly. "You knew him?" "I knew him." Harry leaned back in his chair. He was on the ministry's list. He wasn't a top-rank Death Eater. He was a recruit, late, and he hesitated. He was passionate in the worst sense of the word. He'd lost, he glanced at Bella, he'd lost a partner during the war, a young woman. He blamed me, personally, for her death. He fled the country before we could pick him up. We had him in Spain, then in Morocco, then in Mexico City. We lost him a year ago. We thought he'd gone to ground in South America. We did not think he'd surface here. He has surfaced here. He has been seen by an asset of mine at a warehouse on the south end of the dock complex in Seattle. He has been seen with, and I am asking you now to put your sandwich down, because what I am going to tell you is the worst part. He has been seen with what an experienced asset has identified, with the appropriate caveats, as a coven of newborn vampires. We are estimating the coven to currently be at 20 to 30 members. We are estimating his lieutenants to be anywhere from 3 to 6 other wizards, all of whom he has imported. Bella set her coffee down. Harry looked at her. He looked at Locke. He's making them, Harry said. He's turning the missing girls. He is. He is turning them, and he is, we believe, binding them. There's a kind of curse, Eurasian, very old, very ugly, that lets you put compulsion on a creature of the dark. It doesn't take well on a vampire who has had time to grow into themselves, but on a newborn it takes. It takes. There was a long silence at the table. Harry rubbed the bridge of his nose. He had, for a moment, the sensation of being very tired in a way he had not been tired in 8 months. He had thought, when he had taken the cottage at the end of Bogachiel Lane, that he was leaving this work behind for at least a season. The work, as it always did, had followed him. Why does he need them? He said. Why does he need an army? Locke was watching him. Her sharp, tired eyes had a small, careful pity in them. Mr. Potter, she said, he has been asking about you. Harry was very still. Specifically? We have an asset inside one of the tributary covens. Not, I should say, the actively criminal one, only a small group that does business with them. Crane has, in the past 3 weeks, asked 4 times after a particular British wizard rumored to have come to the Pacific Northwest for personal leave. He has used your name in 2 of those inquiries. He has, on one occasion, used the phrase the man who killed Bellatrix's protégé. We believe, though we cannot confirm, that he has been told you are here. We believe, though we cannot confirm, that he is preparing for you. He wants the Hallows, Harry said quietly. Locke blinked. I'm sorry. He looked up at her. He looked at Bella. He drew a breath. It's a long story. There are 3 magical artifacts that in our country are the subject of a very old fairy tale. I have them, or I have access to them. The most powerful is irrelevant for our purposes. The second is a stone, which is, it transpires, capable of partially calling back the dead. He will want that. He lost his partner. He has spent the last year, I think, trying to find a way to bring her back. Bella made a small sound. Harry looked at her. Her hand was on his wrist. He wants to use the stone. Yes, to bring his, yes, and he's making muscle, Bella. He's making muscle so that when he comes for me, I cannot easily refuse him. He's making muscle so that when he asks for the stone, I cannot easily say no. And if you give him the stone, he cannot use it as he wishes. The stone does what it does, which is not what people think it does. He would discover that very quickly. He would, however, also have the stone, and the stone is not a thing I am willing to lose. It is not safe in the world in the wrong hands, and his are the wrong hands. A long silence. Then we deal with him, Locke said. Yes, we will need to do it well. Yes, there are protocols. I will need to bring in 2 more of my office, quietly. I will need to brief Forks in some sanitized form. We will need to work out what to tell the Cullens. And yes, I know about the Cullens. My office has known about the Cullens for 40 years. Do not look so startled, and we will need to work out what to tell the Quileute pack. Harry considered. I'll talk to them, to both. Good, I will arrange the rest. Locke, yes, I want to see the warehouse. She looked at him, then she nodded slowly. I expected you might. They drove down to the docks in Locke's car, a long gray Crown Victoria that smelled of old coffee and gun oil, with Bella between them on the bench seat in the front and the radio off. The drive took an hour and a half. The rain, which had been slowing all morning, picked up again as they crossed the bridge into Seattle, and by the time they came down off the freeway and onto the long arterial that ran south along the waterfront, the windscreen wipers were going at full speed. "I want you both to be clear," Locke said as they crossed the warehouse district line. "We are not going in. We are looking. We are doing a perimeter pass. If anything goes wrong, we are leaving fast. Understood, Miss Swan?" "Understood," Locke nodded once. She turned the car into a long alley between two enormous corrugated metal sheds. She killed the headlights. She rolled slowly to a stop. The warehouse crane had been seen at was the third one along, a long, low building with rust streaks running down its sides and most of its windows boarded shut. There were two cars in the lot, a black sedan with no plates and a panel van with a delivery logo so faded as to be unreadable. There was no movement that Harry could see. He put his hand on the door. "Wait," Bella said. He looked at her. "Be careful." "I will be." He looked at Locke. "Stay with her." "I am with her." "Right." He got out of the car. He drew his wand inside his pocket. He cast, very quietly, the small disillusionment charm Hermione had taught him in 5th year. He felt the rain change as the charm took, and the air did its small refractive shimmer around his shoulders, and then he was, to anyone who looked at him without effort, simply a wet patch in a wet alley. He walked to the warehouse. He stood at the corner of it for a moment with his eyes closed. He listened, he smelled. He let his magic, very gently, brush along the wall of the building the way Bill had taught him to read the shape of an old curse before disturbing it. There were wards on the warehouse. They were not sophisticated. They were a layered, paranoid mess, the kind that a competent wizard threw up in a hurry when he knew he had something to hide and did not have the time or talent to hide it well. Most of them were proximity wards. One of them was a notice-me-not, which was, to Harry's eye, only adequately set. 2 of them were tripwires, which he could see clearly because he was looking for them. None of them was good enough to keep him out. There was also a smell. It was the smell he had not, in 8 months, come anywhere near, and it punched him in the back of the throat with the small, vicious force of memory. Old blood, dried into wood. The faint, sweet rot of magic that had been used to bind a thing that had not wanted to be bound. The flat, charcoal smell of dark fire. Underneath it, the cold, flowery smell of a wizard he had personally hunted across 3 continents. "Crane," he murmured to himself. "Hello, Thaddeus." He moved along the wall. He found a gap in the boarding of one of the windows. He cast a small, silent charm that turned a pane of dirt-glazed glass into a thing transparent only in one direction, and he looked. The interior of the warehouse was a long, open space. There was a partial loft along one side. There were perhaps 30 metal cots arranged in 2 rows across the main floor. On most of the cots there was a body. Several of the bodies were moving slightly, with the small, tight, jittery movements of newborn vampires in the early phase of bloodlust. Several of the bodies were not moving. 2 of the bodies, and this was the worst part, were chained to their cots with what looked like quite ordinary chains and were also wreathed in a thin, shimmering haze of magic that Harry recognized at once as the binding curse Locke had described. One of those 2 had its eyes open. They were a flat, killing red, and they were looking, with the dull half-comprehension of a thing recently woken into the world, at the ceiling. In the back of the warehouse, on a raised platform that had once probably been a manager's office, a thin, narrow-shouldered man in a black coat was standing with a glass of red wine in one hand and a small leather book in the other, and 3 other men in long coats stood around him. Harry could not, at this distance, see the man's face. He did not need to. Thaddeus Crane, Harry's hand tightened around his wand. He drew very slowly a long breath. He did not, he reminded himself, with the careful patience of a man who had made the mistake of acting on the first impulse before, attack alone. He did not, he reminded himself, with the still more careful patience of a man who had Bella Swan in a car at the end of the alley, attack at all today. He turned from the window. He did not have time to take a step. The wall behind him exploded. He did not afterward remember casting. He remembered the second of warning, a small silent spike of pressure in the air against his shoulder blades, the small click of a wand somewhere very near. The faintest catch of motion in the corner of his eye, and he remembered diving forward into the wall of the warehouse so that the curse went over him instead of through him, and he remembered rolling, coming up in a crouch and putting up the shield charm in the same motion. The second curse hit it and rebounded in a flare of green fire that sent the alley sideways into a brief, ugly daylight. 3 men in long coats with hoods up, 3 wands. One of them was lifting his for a third spell, and Harry, with the cold, quick clarity that had carried him through 18 months of war, said 2 words very quietly, and the man went down without a sound. The other 2 scattered. Harry took the alley wall at a run. He came around the corner low. He cast a body bind at the second man and missed by an inch. The man shouted a word at him in Spanish. A black bolt of something deeply unpleasant scorched past his ear. Harry, who had spent a long time in a particular kind of education, snapped his wand sideways, and the man's wand went spinning out of his hand into the gutter. The man, who was no fool and had been trained by the same school as Crane, did not waste a second. He turned and ran. The third man was the trouble. He was older than the other 2 and more skilled, and he had clearly been chosen for the duty of standing back and watching. He had not moved at all in the first 8 seconds of the fight. He was standing very still at the far end of the alley with his wand raised, and the spell on the end of his wand was a clear, bright green. And Harry, with the small, horrified clarity of a man who recognized the color, registered in the same fraction of a second 2 facts. 1. He could not raise a shield in time. 2. The third man's wand was pointed not at him. It was pointed at the Crown Victoria at the far end of the alley. It was pointed at Bella. Harry started to move. He was not, even at his best, fast enough. The third man cast. The bolt of green light leapt from his wand, crossed the alley in a long, slow arc that to Harry seemed to take an entire second of time, and hit the windscreen of the Crown Victoria with a small, terrible crack. It did not penetrate. A small, perfect, wavering, opalescent dome had bloomed in the air around the front of the car the moment the curse had crossed the halfway point of the alley. The dome flexed. The dome held. The killing curse splashed along its outer surface like water along the side of a glass, and ran down it and dispersed and went out. In the front seat of the Crown Victoria, Bella Swan sat with both hands flat against the dashboard, with her eyes very wide and with no awareness at all of what she had just done. Harry did not, for a full half-second, breathe. Then he turned to the third man and he hit him, not with magic, with the running crack of a fist against a jaw that had been, in the way of unprepared jaws, looking the wrong way. The man went down. Harry stunned him before he hit the ground. He turned. The second man was halfway down the cross street and gaining speed. Harry hit him with a stunning charm at the back of the neck, and the man pitched forward into the gutter and was still. The first man, the one Harry had stunned at the start of the fight, was already being hauled with brisk competence into a sitting position by Roxanne Locke, who had got out of the car at some point in the last minute and was, Harry noticed, holding her own wand in a very practiced grip. "Mr. Potter," she said, "you may want to come and look at your young lady." He went to the car at a run. Bella was sitting very still in the front seat. Her hands had not come down off the dash. Her eyes were locked on something she could not, evidently, see. She was breathing in short, rapid, careful breaths. Harry got the door open. He climbed in. He took her face in both his hands. Bella, look at me." She looked at him. "Are you hurt?" "No. Are you sure?" "Yes, Bella," he said with the small, raw, half-laughing wonder of a man who had just seen a thing he had not, in his life, seen done by a person who did not know they were doing it. Do you know what you did?" She blinked. I put my hands up." "Yes, I thought it was going to." "Yes." Harry, Bella," he said with very great care, "you have just cast a shield charm, without a wand, against a killing curse. That is a thing that almost no wizard alive could do, even on his best day, even with his wand in his hand, even with 5 years to prepare. And you have done it instinctively, and from the back of a Muggle Crown Victoria, and you have done it because you saw a curse coming for you and you decided, in the small, careful corner of your mind, that you were not going to die today." She looked at him. Her face was very pale. "What does that mean?" she whispered. "It means," he said, "that we are going to have a very long conversation, you and I, in a very quiet room about the conversation we should perhaps have had the day after we met. Are you all right?" "Yes. Are you sure?" "Yes." He kissed her hard on the mouth. He kissed her again, more gently, on the forehead. Lock on it. Locke was already binding the third man's wrists with a length of practical-looking rope from her trunk. "I'll have backup down here in 20. You're not going to want to be in the country when these three come round, just so you know. Crane, long gone. I will lay you any sum you wish that the warehouse is empty by the time my team gets here. We have what we have. 3 of his lieutenants, we will get from them what we can. Locke." "Mr. Potter, thank you." She glanced up at him, her sharp, tired, capable eyes softened by a fraction. "Thank yourself," she said. "I caught the easy ones." They drove home with the rain on the windscreen and a steady silence in the car. Bella did not, for the first hour of the drive, speak. She sat with her hands in her lap and her eyes on the road, and Harry drove, and the sky over the Olympic Peninsula went, by careful degrees, from gray to a long charcoal evening. It was Bella who broke the silence. "Harry." "Bella." Am I a witch?" He glanced at her. The road in front of them was empty. He pulled the car onto the soft shoulder, he cut the engine, he turned in his seat. "I think," he said, "that you may be, like a person who has magic. Yes, but I'm 21. 18. 18 then. Witches go to a school, they get letters when they're 11. I never. There are reasons. Sometimes the magic in a person doesn't surface until it's needed. Sometimes the magic in a person is faint enough that the schools don't catch it on their early registers. Sometimes, and this is, I think, what happened with you, the magic in a person is locked up inside something that's been quiet for a long time, and it takes a circumstance to wake it up. A circumstance. A bond. Bella, you and me, the bond between us, it is a great deal of magic. It is, in the books I have been reading, the kind of bond that wakes up things that have been asleep. You have, I think, always had let's call it a spark, and the spark has, in the days since we met, become a flame, and the flame has today become something quite a lot bigger than a flame. Harry, yes, I just kept a man from killing me. You did, without a wand. Yes, she breathed out. She closed her eyes, she opened them. She turned her head and she looked at him with the small private grin of a girl who had spent 18 years being told, in all the small ways the world had of telling her, that she was not particularly remarkable and who had an hour ago made the world wrong. "Harry," she said. "Yes." "I want to learn, I know. Will you teach me?" "Bella," he said with very great care, "I will teach you everything I know, and when you have learned that, I will write to Hermione and have her teach you everything she knows. And when you have learned that, I will hand you a broomstick, and we will see what you can do with the air." She laughed. It was a small, hot, shaking laugh, and it broke somewhere in the middle into a small, unembarrassed sob, and he leaned across the gear shift and gathered her into his arms and held her against his chest in the front seat of a Muggle car on the soft shoulder of a foreign highway in a downpour. And she pressed her face into his coat and shook for a minute and then, with a small, careful effort, breathed and steadied and laughed against his shoulder. He kissed the top of her head. "I am," he said quietly, "going to drive you home now, slowly, carefully, with both of my hands on the wheel." "All right, and tomorrow we are going to start, all right. And the day after that we are going to start telling people." She nodded against his shoulder. "And next week," he said, "we are going to find Thaddeus Crane and we are going to put him somewhere from which he will not, ever, be coming back." She nodded again. He started the engine. He drove her home through the rain. The bell in their chests sang together for the entire 90 miles, and when at last he pulled into her driveway and turned to look at her, and she leaned across the gear shift and kissed him, slowly, properly, without either of them now being uncertain about it. The rain on the windscreen above them caught the porch light from the White House, and in the brief, refracted moment of it, the air between them was full of small, bright, drifting flecks of light which no one in the world but them could see. She got out. She closed the door. She walked to the porch. She turned on the top step. She lifted one hand, he lifted one back, she went inside. He sat in the car in the drive for a long minute, with both hands still on the wheel and the engine still running. And then, with the small, half-breathless, half-disbelieving smile of a man who had just discovered that the woman he had been wholly braced to love was also, as it happened, going to be a witch, he put the car in gear and drove home through the rain. The visitor came on the third evening after the warehouse. Harry knew before he saw him. He was sitting at the small wooden table in the kitchen of the cottage with Bella's hand on the wood across from his, and a very ordinary-looking willow practice wand laid out between them. And they were 3 hours into Bella's second formal lesson. She had mastered Lumos by the end of the first hour and Wingardium Leviosa by the end of the third. And they had, by the time the dusk had come down properly, just begun to make the small, careful shape of a beginner's Patronus charm. When Harry, in mid-sentence, stopped and turned his head toward the window. "What?" Bella said. He raised one finger. There was nothing to hear. There was, to be honest, nothing especially to feel. The bell in his chest was beating its quiet, steady note as it had beaten now for 3 days continuously. And the wards he had set on the cottage on the morning after Seattle were undisturbed. There was, however, at the edge of his magic, the small, precise sense of a thing arriving that was not animal and was not human and was not weather. He had felt it 3 times in his life, twice in Romania. Once in the first cellar of Malfoy Manor, although he had not, at the time, named what he felt, he stood up. "Stay here," he said. "Don't open the door for anyone but me. Harry, Bella," he looked at her. The small bright thing in her chest was, he could see, quite calm. "Stay, please. I'll be back in 10 minutes. It is not a fight, it is a conversation." She held his eye for a long moment, then she nodded. He went out. He did not, he found, need his coat. The visitor was standing at the edge of the gravel drive, exactly where the gravel met the line of the moss, with his hands clasped behind his back, and the easy, contemplative stillness of a man waiting for someone to remember an appointment. He was tall, thin, beautifully dressed in the careful, informal manner of a man who had been wealthy in several countries, and his face was quite extraordinarily pale, even by the standards of the family Harry had had dinner with 2 evenings before. His hair was dark and combed straight back. His eyes, in the half-light, were a deep arterial red. "Mr. Potter," he said, in the faintly amused, faintly Italianate voice of a man who had, 3 centuries ago, taught himself English from a cardinal's tutor. "You have me at a disadvantage, Demetri." The vampire smiled. It was a polite smile. It did not reach his eyes, although nothing about him suggested anything one would have called malice. "I am of the Volturi. I have come only to look. My master is not, I think, in the habit of acting on second-hand reports. He has heard reports about me. He has heard reports. From various sources." Demetri lifted one shoulder. "We have many friends. Some of them are wizards. Some of them are simply people who like to talk. And he is curious. He is very curious." Harry looked at him. The bell in his chest had not changed its tone. The wards on the cottage were singing very gently behind him. He could feel Bella, 4 rooms back at the table with her hand on her chest, listening. He could feel, and this surprised him, the small, steady twin tone of the bond, very low, very confident, as though the bond itself had decided that the present situation was not, on consideration, urgent. "Demetri," he said, "I am going to be very direct because I am tired and because I have had in the last week several conversations that have already been longer than they ought to be. What does Auror want from me? At present, nothing. He wishes to know whether the rumors are true." "Which rumors?" "There are several." The vampire tilted his head. "The first is that you are, to use the slightly grandiose phrase that has reached my master's ears, the master of death. The second is that the woman with whom you have come to be, closely associated, is gifted in a way that could be of value to certain institutions. The third is that there is, in Seattle, an interesting and unwelcome gathering of newborns under the direction of an exiled European wizard who has been overheard speaking of you with both fear and longing. My master would like to know which of these rumors are true. He would like to know also what your intentions are with regard to the third." Harry took a slow breath. He looked briefly up at the sky. The cloud was high. The light was almost gone. There was in the western tree line a single owl gliding low over the cedars on its way somewhere on its own business. "All right," he said. "Tell Auror this. The first rumor is technically true. I am not in the habit of using the title. The second rumor is not for him to inquire about. She is mine, in the sense that the bond between us makes her mine, and she is also her own, and she is, in either case, not for the Volturi to consider. The third rumor is true. I am going to deal with the gathering in Seattle. I am going to deal with the wizard at the head of it. I am going to do it, if at all possible, before he can become a problem larger than he already is. The Volturi may, if they wish, take this as a courtesy of which they were not strictly speaking entitled. They may, if they wish, take it as a warning." Demetri's pale eyebrows lifted by a fraction. "You are not, I notice," he said mildly, "asking what we will do." "I am not. That is unusual." "It is. I am, as I said, tired. I have in the last week become very weary of trying to manage what other people will do. I am going to manage what I am going to do. If your master wishes to come and meet me, properly, with the courtesy of advance notice and not by sending a courier in the dusk to my house, I will receive him. I will not promise him a comfortable visit. I will promise him, if he behaves himself, the truth of every question he asks me. If he comes for me or for her, or for the Cullens who are, by my reckoning and his courtesy, under my and her protection, he will find me," he paused, "less polite than I am being now." The vampire was quiet for a long moment. "Mr. Potter," he said finally, "I have been a courier for the Volturi for a very long time. I have in that time had many conversations on many lawns. I have not, before this evening, had a conversation in which the subject of my visit declined to be impressed by me. I am a tracker. It is my gift. Among my colleagues I am considered to be among the best in the world." "I know," Harry said. "Then you know that if Auror wishes to find you, I will find you." "I do. And yet you do not seem alarmed." "I am not." "May I ask why?" Harry inclined his head a fraction. He did not raise his wand. He did not even take his hand out of his pocket. He simply, quietly, with the smallest of efforts, let a fragment of the Master of Death's awareness, the awareness he had not, since the day he had walked back out of the Forbidden Forest, ever quite shut all the way off, become visible in the air behind his shoulders. It was not a thing one could see exactly. It was a thing one perceived with a different sense. The temperature in the gravel drive dropped by 1/2 degree. The owl in the western tree line veered sharply away. The hairs on the back of the visitor's neck, which Harry noted clinically ought not to have moved. Demetri took very slowly a single step back. "I see," he said. Harry let the awareness fold itself away. The temperature returned. The hairs lay down. The owl did not, however, come back. "Tell him I am not a man to be looked at," Harry said. "Tell him I am not a thing to be acquired. Tell him that I respect his court and that I will respect the agreement that has, between his court and the Cullens, kept the peace in this part of the world for as long as it has. Tell him that if he wishes a closer acquaintance with me, he is welcome to ask for one. I do not bite, Demetri. I am, in many ways, a very polite man. I am only finished this lifetime with being summoned." "I will tell him," Demetri said. "Mr. Potter, may I ask you one further question? Not on his behalf, on mine, you may." The girl. A faint, almost wistful expression in the vampire's red eyes. "Is the bond, is it as the old books say?" "It is, HM." A slow exhalation, the kind of exhalation that vampires did not, ordinarily, need to make. "I had not thought to encounter a person in my lifetime who could answer that question. Thank you." He inclined his head. He turned. He walked to the bottom of the gravel drive at a perfectly human pace, and then, the moment he was past the gate, he was simply, suddenly, no longer there. Harry stood in the dusk for a long moment. He turned. He walked back to the cottage. Bella was standing in the open kitchen door with the willow wand in her hand, and an expression on her face that he had not seen on her before, focused, set, faintly grim. She did not, when he came up onto the porch, ask if he was all right. She looked him up and down in the small, careful sweep of a woman who had been an officer's daughter all her life, and then, satisfied, she lowered the wand a fraction. "Volturi," he said, "I gathered. They've heard." "I gathered." He smiled very tiredly and stepped past her into the kitchen. They did not, that night, finish the lesson. He sat with her at the kitchen table and ate the simple soup she had made while he was outside. She had, he realized, taken the time to make it after he had asked her to stay in the kitchen. Because she was the kind of girl who, when told to stay in a kitchen, made soup and they talked. In the careful small fragments of two people who had agreed, by some unspoken understanding, that they were going to talk in fragments tonight about the coming weeks. Crane, the newborns, the Volturi, the Cullens, the pack. Hermione's most recent owl, which had arrived that morning and which had announced, in a tone of brisk efficiency that did not entirely conceal Hermione's pleasure at being asked, that she and Ron would be flying to Seattle in 5 days' time and would be taking a Muggle bus down to Forks the following morning. "She really wants to meet you," Harry said. "You said, I am, I think, going to forewarn her that you are very calm. I am very calm, you are." It is, by Hermione's standards, going to be unfair. Hermione is many things. Calm is not, as a rule, one of them. She smiled. She pushed her bowl aside. She looked at him for a long moment across the table. The small willow wand was lying between them. Her hand was beside it. He had been studying her hand, the small chip on the nail of her left thumb, the small cut along the side of her index finger that she had told him she had got opening a tin of soup. The ring of the small, simple silver band she wore on the little finger of her right hand, for what he realized was probably 4 minutes. "Harry," she said, "yes, you should sleep. Probably you haven't properly in 3 nights. No, I noticed. I know," she drew breath. "Stay over." He blinked. "In your house," she said quickly. "I mean, at mine, in the spare room. Charlie is at La Push tonight. He went up after his shift. He won't be back until morning. There is a perfectly serviceable spare room." I am not, Harry, I am not asking. I am only saying that I think you would sleep if you were in my house. And I think I would sleep, too, if I knew you were." He looked at her. "All right," he said. "Yes." Her house, when they got there, was a small white wooden 2-story at the end of a quiet residential street, with a lawn that needed mowing and a porch light that flicked on when they walked up the drive. Charlie's cruiser was, as she had said, gone. The truck was parked in its place under the carport. Harry parked his rented car on the street and followed her up the porch steps. She let them in. She turned on the kitchen light. The kitchen was small and warm, and had the smell of a house that had been lived in for many years by a small number of quiet men. There were, on the fridge, 3 photographs, a young Renee in a sundress, an even younger Bella in a school portrait with 2 missing teeth, a faded picture of Charlie holding up a fish on a riverbank, and a calendar from the Forks Police Department showing a moose. He looked at the kitchen for a long, surprised moment. Bella, watching him, said, "What?" He shook his head, smiling faintly. "I haven't been in a normal house in a long time," she laughed. She made him tea, because she had now made him tea in 3 different houses on 3 different evenings, and she was acquiring a habit, and she sat at the kitchen table with him while he drank it. And the house ticked around them with the small, comfortable nighttime ticks of an old radiator and an older clock and a refrigerator that needed to be defrosted. "The spare room's at the top of the stairs," she said. "Towels are in the cabinet. There's a toothbrush still in the wrapper. My mom left it the last time she came up." "Bella, yes, sit with me a minute before you go up." She sat, and he set the mug down and he put his hand across the table, palm up. She set her hand in it. He folded his fingers around hers. The bell in their chests sang in the quiet, steady chord they had grown to recognize. "I'm going to tell you something," he said. "Something I haven't told anyone in a long time. I want you to hear it because I want you to know who you are sitting across the table from. May I?" "Yes." He looked at his hand on hers. He looked up at her. He looked back down. He found, a little surprised at how difficult the words were. "There was a war," he said. "I told you." There was a man, I told you." "I have not, Bella, told you what it cost me. I have not told anyone in any detail. I have, since it ended, gone from being a boy who lived with the Weasleys to being a young man who lived in a flat in London on his own. I have gone to work at the ministry. I have gone home to a flat with no plants in it and no pictures on the walls. I have not once in 18 months been able to sleep without first making sure all the doors are locked and all the windows are warded and there is, somewhere within my reach, a wand. I have lost, Bella, I have lost so many people. I lost a man called Sirius. He was the closest thing to a father I had. I lost a woman called Tonks who had hair like the color of a particular kind of sweet and a husband she had only just married and a son she had only just had. I lost the husband too. I lost a man called Fred who was the most generous-hearted human being I have ever known, and I have lost his twin brother every day since. I lost the headmaster of the school I went to as a boy. I lost so many. I have, to be perfectly direct, lost more people than I have been able to count, and I have, since it ended, been so tired, Bella, so tired that I have, on more than one occasion, sat in the kitchen of that flat in London and wondered what I was for. He looked up. Her eyes were full. She did not, however, look away. I came here, he said quietly, for quiet. I was given the cottage. I had the day I drove down from Seattle, no expectation that I would feel anything in particular for a very long time. I had, the morning I walked into the diner, no expectation that I would feel anything ever again. And then, Bella, then there was you. And the bell rang. And I sat down beside you and I drank a very ordinary cup of coffee, and I felt, for the first time in 18 months, that I might one day be able to sleep through a night. She made a small wet sound. Her fingers tightened on his. I am telling you this, he said, because I want you to know that I am not, with you, a person who is doing well and looking for a girlfriend. I am a person who is doing very badly and who has, in your company, begun to do better. I want you to know that I am not whole. I am not fixed. I am, very probably, going to wake up tonight at some point with my hand on the wand by the bed, and I am, very probably, going to sit on the edge of the bed for 10 minutes with my eyes shut before I can lie down again. I want you to know that. I want you to know that you have not, in liking me, signed yourself up to a man who has been put through a war and come out clean. I have come out, Bella. I have not come out clean. She did not speak. She stood up. She came around the table. She sat in his lap. He had, for a half-breath, the small, surprised registration of how light she was. She put her arms around his neck. She put her forehead against his. Harry, she said, Bella, sleep here, in my bed. I just mean sleep. Stay, the wards are up. You don't need to listen for them. I am not asking for anything. I am only saying that I would like to know that you are sleeping, and the only way I can know that is if I am next to you. Is that all right? He could not for a moment speak. Yes, he said very quietly. Yes. That is all right. He did, that night, sleep. He did not sleep at first. He lay in her narrow bed with his hands folded across his chest and his eyes on the ceiling, and she lay on her side with her back to him and her hand resting on his elbow, and he listened to her breathing for a long time. He listened to the rain on the roof. He listened to the small clicks of the radiator. He listened to the small, steady tone in his chest, which had, since dusk, become a very low and very contented hum. He turned, after perhaps an hour, on his side toward her. He laid his arm very carefully across her waist. She made a soft sound and shifted back against him without waking. He pressed his face very lightly into the back of her hair. He breathed in, he breathed out, he slept for 9 hours. He woke once, somewhere in the middle of the night, with the small, dry catch in his throat that always preceded the dreams. He felt for the wand. He found it. He lay there in the dark with his fingers on the wood, and he listened to the steady tide of Bella's breathing beside him, and he discovered, with the small, slow surprise of a man encountering an old habit in a new house, that the catch in his throat had somehow gone away. He laid the wand down. He went back to sleep. He did not dream. He woke, finally, to the smell of bacon. Charlie had evidently come home at some point in the early morning. Harry, who had heard, in the half-sleep of the pre-dawn, the small, slow click of a key in the front door and the muffled creak of a man taking his boots off in the hallway, had registered the sounds with the clear, careful magic sense of a wizard whose wards on the house had identified the man as the man of the house and had gone calmly back to sleep. He had woken, and this had taken him by surprise. without any anxiety at all about the prospect of having breakfast with the chief of police of the town. He went down in the borrowed flannel shirt Bella had handed him from a drawer and a pair of his own trousers, with his hair in the kind of disorder that no amount of effort would ever address. And Charlie Swan was sitting at the kitchen table with a coffee and the morning paper and an expression that was, when he saw Harry, neither hostile nor surprised. "Morning," Charlie said. "Morning," Harry said. Bella, at the stove, did not turn around. The set of her shoulders was, however, slightly raised. "Coffee's in the pot," Charlie said. "Thank you." Harry poured himself a cup. He sat down opposite Charlie. Charlie looked at him over the top of his paper. Charlie folded the paper. Charlie set it aside. "Harry, sheriff. I came in around 4. I noticed there were 2 bedrooms in use. I noticed which 2. He did not, in saying this, raise his voice or change his expression. "I want to ask you one question. May I ask it, please? Are you good to my daughter?" "I am." "You will be." "I will." Charlie looked at him for a long, careful moment. He nodded. He picked the paper back up. "Eggs, please." Bella turned at the stove. Her mouth was behind the careful mask of her face, twitching. "2 eggs," Charlie said. "2, please." "Bells, 2 eggs for him." "2 eggs, Dad. Mm." Harry drank his coffee. He felt, in his chest, the small, steady tone of the bond doing what it had been doing for 3 days. And he felt, behind it, the small, unfamiliar warmth of a kitchen that did not belong to him in a town that did not belong to him in a country that did not belong to him. And he felt, for the first time in a very great while, that he did not need to belong anywhere except where he, at present, was. He looked across the table at the chief of police of Forks. He looked sideways at the girl who was, with the quiet competence of a girl who had cooked her father breakfast since she was 12, cracking 2 eggs into a hot pan for him. He looked briefly out of the window at the rain. He smiled. "Charlie," he said on impulse. "Have you ever been to England?" "No, you should come." Charlie turned a page. "Maybe." Bella, at the stove, laughed very quietly into the pan. Alice had her vision that afternoon. She was sitting on the long couch in the front room of the Cullen house, with one foot tucked under her and a copy of an art magazine open in her lap, and she was, she would later say, in the middle of an entirely uneventful page about a sculptor in Mexico City, when the small, familiar pressure behind her eyes that always preceded a vision became, suddenly, an enormous one. She dropped the magazine. She closed her eyes. She did not, this time, see the future the way she usually saw it in the careful flickering tape of decisions made and remade. She saw, instead, a single picture held very still. It was the meadow. It was the meadow east of the river. She knew it. They had picnicked there in the summer. There were, in the meadow, perhaps 30 figures, pale-skinned, red-eyed, standing in the loose, fanned-out arrangement of an army that had been told to wait. There were, behind the figures, 4 men in long, dark coats with hoods drawn up. There was, at the far end of the meadow, a slight, gray-coated man with a thin, pale face and a wand of yew in his hand, watching. There was, opposite them, on a small ridge, a black wolf, and beside the black wolf, a silver wolf and a brown one and a pale one and a russet one and others, more wolves than she recognized. There were, beside the wolves, 6 people in various postures of grim readiness, and one of those people was Edward, and one was Carlyle, and one was her own husband, and one was her own self. There were, ahead of the line, 2 figures standing alone. A young man with green eyes, wand-drawn, with the small, careful posture of a man who had done this before. A girl with dark hair. The girl, Alice noted with a small, sharp pull of her breath, had her hands stretched out flat at her side. And there was, in the air around her, a very faint, perfectly opalescent shimmer that Alice had never in her life seen another human being produce. In the picture, the air between the 2 sides was bright with the small white sparks of something about to happen. The picture broke. Alice opened her eyes. Edward was kneeling in front of her with his hands on her shoulders and his eyes very still. "Alice, it's coming," she said very quietly. "Edward, it's coming. How soon?" "Days, a week, less." She drew a long breath. "We will need to call them all tonight. Carlyle, Sam, Harry, Bella, the Aurors he is working with. We will need to plan." Edward looked at her. He nodded once. He stood up. He went, with the long, fluid motion of a man who had a great many telephone calls to make to the desk in the next room. Alice, on the couch, sat for a long moment with her hand against her chest. She closed her eyes again. She tried, very gently, to look further, to look past the picture. To see what came after, she saw, faintly like an image at the bottom of a glass of water, a small clearing in the woods. Sunset, a circle of figures, 2 figures at the center. A long ribbon of pale light winding from the wrist of one to the wrist of the other. She opened her eyes. She did not, she found, mind that she could not see further than that. We will see further when we get there. She said quietly to no one in particular, and she stood up. And she went to make herself useful in the ways that Alice Cullen had always made herself useful, which was to say, by being precisely the thing that everyone else had not yet realized they would, in an hour, need her to be. By morning, the Alliance had a kitchen table. Carlisle Cullen offered the long, pale dining room of the house at the edge of the woods. Sam Uli accepted, after a careful internal debate that no one but his second saw, on the condition that the meeting take place at noon in daylight, with the kitchen door open to the porch and the porch facing the trees. Roxanne Locke arrived from Port Angeles with 2 of her people in a black sedan and a long leather case at her shoulder. Harry came with Bella, the willow practice wand in her coat pocket, and Bella came with the small, grim resolve of a girl who had decided, somewhere in the previous 12 hours, that she was no longer going to be a passenger in her own life. There were, when the meeting began, 14 people in the dining room, the Cullens, all 7 of them, including Carlisle and Esme, who had not, in the careful arrangement of the room, taken the head of the table but had instead set themselves on the long bench opposite the window. Sam, Jared, and Paul, in jeans and shirts with their coats over the backs of the chairs and the small, slow heat coming off them that Harry had registered the moment he had crossed the porch, as though 3 small wood stoves had decided to walk in and sit down for lunch. Locke and her 2, a man named Foster who looked like a retired professor of mathematics, and a woman named Vega who did not look like anything in particular and was therefore, Harry suspected, the dangerous one. Harry, Bella. Edward had moved the table by an inch on her arrival to make sure her chair was in the warmest patch of sunlight, and she had pretended, very politely, not to notice. Carlisle, who had a great gift for the small administrative kindness, had laid out coffee, water, and a long plain notepad at every place. He stood briefly at the head of the table without sitting down. "Thank you," he said, "all of you for coming to my house. For coming to the table of a kind of person whom several of you have, by long-standing treaty or by long-standing principle, declined to sit at the table of. I am grateful. I will not, today, presume to chair this. I will, with your permission, hand the chair over to Mr. Potter, who has had the misfortune of being the catalyst for our meeting and is therefore the person most logically placed to lead us through it." He sat down. He nodded to Harry. Harry, who had not, when he had come to America, expected to chair anything any time soon, drew breath and stood up. "Thank you," he said. He looked around the table. "I'll keep it brief. Most of you know most of what I'm about to say. I'd rather we all hear it together so there's no confusion." Or Locke. Locke flicked open her notebook. She set it on the table. She did not stand. She had, instead, the small, careful, level voice of an officer who had been giving briefings since she had been able to read. 3 things, she said. 1. Thaddeus Crane, an exiled British Death Eater, is operating a newborn vampire factory at a warehouse in the South Docks of Seattle. As of last night, the warehouse is empty. As of last night, we have located, by means I will not, in this company, describe, 2 further sites, one in Tacoma, one in a small town called Carbonado in the foothills of Mount Rainier. We believe the Tacoma site to be a holding pen and the Carbonado site to be a forward camp. 2. He has, by my count, between 28 and 33 newborns. He has, by an assets count, 4 other wizards with him, 3 of whom we have made and 1 of whom we have not. 3. We believe, and Alice's vision corroborates, that he intends to bring the entire force to Forks within the week. He is coming for Mr. Potter. He is coming for what Mr. Potter has. The stone, Sam said. He had not, until then, spoken. His voice was a low, careful, considered one, the voice of a man who used words sparingly because he had, by his own preference, only a finite supply of them. The stone. Harry inclined his head to him. I will not, today, explain what it is in detail. I will tell you that it is one of 3 artifacts, that I am, by an old set of circumstances, in possession of all 3, and that the stone in particular is the thing he wants. He wants it because he believes he can use it to bring back a person he loved who died in the war. He cannot, in fact, use it that way. He believes he can. That is enough. Why doesn't he just ask? Paul said. He had a chip in his front tooth that Harry had noticed last night, and he had a smile that Harry had decided last night not to take personally because it was not. He had concluded personal, only a young man's smile of the sort that became cynical earlier in some lives than in others. He has tried, he has, through intermediaries. I have refused. He understands now that he will not get it by asking. He has decided, therefore, to take it. He intends to bring enough force to make taking it possible. He has, I think, also decided that if he is going to come for me, he may as well come for the bond as well. The bond, Esme said softly. Would he take Bella? He would try. There was a long silence. Then we don't let him, Jasper said. He had been quiet at the side of the table, with his arm across the back of Alice's chair, and his eyes half closed in the small, considering way of a man who was, beneath the closed eyes, already running the numbers. He opened his eyes. He looked briefly at Sam Uli, and then at Carlyle, and then at Harry. I will say what I think if it is welcome to be said. Please, Harry said. You have, on the field, 28 to 33 newborns. They are strong, they are stupid, they are easy to faint. You have also 4 wizards, of whom 3 are middle rank and 1 is Crane himself. Crane is, by Mr. Potter's account, by Auror file, by my own reading of his fight at the warehouse, a competent dueler. He is not, however, a great one. He is not Voldemort. He is a man with a grudge. He will be wanting to win. Wanting to win on a battlefield is not the same as winning. It is, however, Carlyle said dryly, frequently a beginning. It is. We have on our side 7 Cullens. We have Sam. 8, Sam said. We have 1 more shifted last week, Brady. He is young, but he can hold a line. 8 wolves. We have 3 Aurors. We have Mr. Potter, who is, Jasper's eye flicked briefly to Harry, by all accounts an outstanding combatant. We have, when she is ready, Bella, who is, by yesterday's evidence, also a combatant of remarkable potential. We have Mr. Potter's Hermione and her partner, who I am told are flying in tomorrow. They are. Then we have in total 23 on our side. We are outnumbered by a factor of perhaps 1.5. We are outnumbered, however, in a category, newborns, for which the wolves and the Cullens are, between them, well-suited counterfighters. We are outmatched in skill by Crane and his 3 wizards. They are outmatched in skill, in turn, by Mr. Potter and his Aurors. The fight, in summary, comes down to 2 questions. 1. Can the wolves and Cullens hold the newborns long enough to neutralize them? 2. Can Mr. Potter, his Aurors, and his friends defeat Crane and his lieutenants before the lieutenants can change the balance of the first fight? Yes, Harry said. Jasper looked at him. To both, Harry said. A small, dry smile touched the corner of Jasper's mouth. Then we are agreed on the shape of it. We need to work the details. They worked the details for 3 hours. Sam and Jasper, between them, drew the meadow on the long plain notepad, the river to the south, the ridge to the north, the long rising slope of grass between, the line of the trees on either side. They marked positions. They marked sight lines. They marked the small boggy patch in the center that the wolves would, 10 years previous, have known to avoid in a hunt and would, accordingly, force the newborns into. They marked the stand of cedars on the western edge that Harry, with a careful eye on it, said he could ward 3 layers. Anti-apparition included, anti-portkey by sunset of the day before the fight. Locke and Foster, in turn, mapped the flank approaches. They mapped the back roads. They mapped the small fire road that came up from the south and would, very probably, be the road by which Crane and his wizards would arrive. They worked through the timings. They worked through the contingencies. They worked through the question of what to do with the newborns who could plausibly be saved. The ones, that is, who had not been bound by Crane's compulsion curse, and Carlyle, whose face had gone, by careful degrees, very still. Said quietly that he would take any who could be calmed afterward and find them shelter, and feed them what they needed in the way that he had been feeding his own family for 2 centuries. Esme, beside him, put her hand over his. By the time the meeting broke up, the sun had moved across the room and the rain, miraculously, had not come back. And the meadow as drawn on the long notepad looked like a real plan and not, as such plans did at the start of meetings, like the optimistic doodle of people about to be killed. Harry stood up. He put his hand lightly on the back of Bella's chair. He looked for a long moment around the table. "Thank you," he said. "All of you. I am not in general an emotional man. I have in the last week been more emotional than I have in the last year allowed myself to be. I am going to, with your permission, allow myself one further moment. I have not, in my life, sat down at a table with a vampire and a werewolf and an Auror and a witch and a girl I love and worked out a plan to defend a town. I have done a great many things. I have not done that. I am very glad to be alive today in this room with you. Thank you." Esme made a small, soft sound. Sam, opposite, lowered his head a fraction in a gesture that was, on a man as restrained as Sam Uli, the equivalent of a long, warm embrace. Locke met Harry's eyes and inclined her head once. "All right," Harry said. "Let's get to work." Hermione and Ron arrived the following evening on the late bus from Seattle with a single shared trunk and the particular tired but vivid look of 2 people who had been on 3 different magical and muggle conveyances in the space of 14 hours. Hermione, who came down the bus steps first, stopped at the bottom step the moment she saw the small group waiting: Harry, Bella, Esme on Esme's own insistence, and Charlie at Bella's, and her face did something complicated. She set the small carry-on at her feet. She crossed the wet pavement in 5 quick strides. She wrapped her arms around Harry without speaking for what felt like a long time. "Hermione," he said. "Don't," she said into his shoulder. "Don't say anything. Just let me hold you for 30 seconds. He let her hold him for 30 seconds. She drew back. She wiped her face with the heel of her hand. She turned to Bella, who had been standing politely back beside Charlie, and she took both of Bella's hands in hers, and she said, with the particular careful warmth of a woman who had made up her mind on a transatlantic flight, that she was going to like the woman she was about to meet, Bella. "I am very glad to meet you. I am sorry about the war. I am sorry about everything that he, in his typical fashion, has not yet quite told you. I am going to be very useful. I would like, if it is not impolite to ask, to be your friend." Bella, who had not, in 18 months in Forks, had a woman besides Esme look at her like that, blinked twice and said with surprising calm, "Yes, please." Ron, behind, with the trunk and the jet-lagged grin of a man who had been told he was going to a small American town and had had no idea what it would actually be like, said only, "Bloody hell, Harry, you weren't kidding about the rain." The next 4 days were, for everyone involved, a kind of relentless productivity. Hermione moved into the spare bedroom of Bella's house at Charlie's invitation, on the grounds that Bella had to live somewhere and would not, on the night of the fight, be sleeping at Harry's. Ron, who liked the cottage at the end of Bogachiel and who was, in any case, very useful at the small, heavy work of warding, moved into the loft above Harry's. The cottage, in those 4 days, became the operational center of the Alliance. Locke and her people came in and out with maps. Carlyle came in and out with reports from Alice, whose visions were now, with the picture of the meadow as the fixed reference, beginning to come a little more clearly. Sam came in on the second evening on his own, sat at the table, drank a single cup of coffee in silence, said 3 short, careful sentences about the wolves' positioning, drank a second cup of coffee in silence, and left. Paul did not come at all. Jacob, who had been quietly wrestling with himself for the entire week, came on the 3rd afternoon, sat in the kitchen, and said, with the small, grave courtesy of a young man who had decided to do a difficult thing, "I'd like to learn how to recognize a wand movement." Harry taught him. He taught him in the small wet clearing behind the cottage, with a length of practice oak in his own hand and Jacob in human form a few yards away. And he taught him for 2 hours, and he taught him well. And at the end of the 2 hours, Jacob, who had come into the clearing as a boy with chips on his shoulders. He did not even understand the names of clasped Harry's forearm in the way that men of his pack clasped each other's and said, "Thank you." And Harry said, "Any time," and meant it. Bella's training was the work of the days. Hermione took it on in the mornings, with the particular intense focus that Hermione brought to a thing she had decided was important. She made Bella drill the simple charms, Lumos, Wingardium Leviosa, the stunning charm, the disarming charm, until the willow wand felt like an extension of her wrist. She drilled her also in the small, careful theory of magical defense, in the way of breath, in the way of the body, in the small, subtle question of intent. She did not, and this was the one thing she said she would not do, despite Bella's polite request, drill her in the difficult charms. "You are not," she said firmly, "going to pretend at being a fully trained witch in a week. You are, in a week, going to be very good at 3 things, and you are going to do those 3 things superbly, and you are going to leave the rest to him." In the afternoons, Bella worked with Harry on the shield. This was a different matter. The shield she had thrown around the crown Victoria had been, by Harry's reckoning, a thing of extraordinary instinct, the kind of magic that a person could not, in the ordinary course of training, learn to do because one could not, in the ordinary course of training, summon the specific need that produced it. Bella, working with him in the wet meadow behind the cottage, could summon the small, everyday version of the shield by her 3rd afternoon, a faint, perfectly transparent dome that bent, very slightly, the path of a small thrown stone, and could, by the 4th, hold the dome for half a minute against a series of low-grade hexes. She could not, with effort or without it, produce the brilliant opalescent thing that had stopped a killing curse. Harry, having watched her on the 3rd afternoon, had told her it did not matter. "You will," he said. "Get the dome up, I will be inside it. You will hold it as long as you can. If I need you to drop it, I will tell you. If something goes through it, that is my problem and not yours. You are not, Bella, fighting Crane. You are protecting me from being interrupted while I do. What if you go down?" "I will not go down." "Harry, Bella," he said very gently. "I am not in this being arrogant. I am being practical. I have in my life fought a great many wizards. I have not, in any of those fights, gone down before the wizard I was fighting did. I am not going to go down before Crane does. It is not on my list of things to be afraid of, a thing I am afraid of. I am, instead, afraid of you being more frightened than you need to be, so I am telling you plainly I will not go down." She looked at him for a long moment. "All right," she said. On the 5th evening, the evening before, by Alice's vision and by Locke's intelligence, the fight was due. Harry and Bella sat alone at the kitchen table in the cottage at the end of Bogachiel Lane. The others had gone home. Hermione had gone with Ron to spend the night at Charlie's at Bella's request. Locke had gone with her people to a safe house in Port Angeles. The Cullens were at home, doing whatever it was the Cullens did the night before a battle, and the wolves were at La Push, doing what the wolves did, which was to say they were running the perimeter of the reservation in long, patient relays, all 8 of them. In a quiet that none of them had needed to discuss, Bella sat at the table with her hands flat in front of her. She looked at her hands. She looked up at him. "Harry, Bella, I want to tell you something. Tell me." She looked at her hands again. She drew breath. I want to be with you." Tonight, he looked at her. "I want," she said carefully, "to be with you in the way that I have, all week, been asking myself whether I should be brave enough to ask to be with you. Because in the morning we are going to a meadow and I am, by all the practical evidence, going to come back from that meadow. But I am also going to a meadow tomorrow morning, and I would like very much for there to be a tonight first, and for the tonight to be, for there to be a tonight that has." She stopped. She closed her eyes. She opened them. "Harry, I don't want to be careful about this anymore. I've been careful about everything for 18 months. I would like very much to not be careful about you." He looked at her. He looked at her for a long time. The bell in his chest, which had been singing for 10 days, did the small private thing it did when he looked at her in particular ways, which was to brighten by a fraction. He reached across the table and laid his hand over hers. "Yes," he said. "Bella, yes." He did not afterward remember the words of the rest of the evening. He remembered the slow, careful tenderness of it. and the small, surprised kindness, and the small, careful adjustments of two people who were learning each other for the first time and who had decided, by an unspoken understanding, to be in no particular hurry. He remembered the quiet, small laughter of her against his collarbone when they had to stop, briefly, to find the lamp switch. He remembered the small, surprised softness of her shoulder under his palm. He remembered her hand in his hair and her breath against his cheek. He remembered the quiet, full, almost reverent certainty of the bell in his chest doing what it had not yet done, sliding, with a small, clear sound, past resonance into something like a whole bright chord. Around them in the cottage, the small, simple things of his life, the kettle on the stove, the worn quilt over the back of the chair, the willow practice wand on the table, became, in the way of small, simple things in a house in which a vow has been made even before it has been spoken, suddenly. Quietly important, the lamp by the bed flickered briefly of its own accord. The roses Esme had sent across in a vase the day before in the pot on the windowsill opened a small notch in 2 consecutive flowers, even though it was the wrong time of evening for them. Outside the cottage, in the fence row, an owl that no one but Hermione would have recognized settled on a low branch and laid its head down on its wing and waited politely, without delivering, for a letter that, on this night, would not be sent. Outside the cottage, much further out, in the deep, wet woods past the boundary of forks, a man with a wand of yew set down a glass of red wine on a folding table in a forward camp and looked up sharply at the sky with the small, uneasy look of a man who had felt, in a thing he could not have named, the small, quiet sense of someone somewhere doing what he had spent his life trying to forbid himself from doing, which was the thing that he, with his thin hands and his old grudge and his careful collection of murders, called love. He did not say the word. He turned. He lifted his hand. He spoke a quiet word in a language that was, by then, very nearly dead, and the small, shimmering thing in the corner of the camp shifted slowly in the chains. "Tomorrow," he said. "Tomorrow, my pretty." It would, as it happened, be tomorrow. In the cottage at the end of Bogachiel Lane, in a narrow bed under a worn quilt, with the rain starting again on the cedar shingles, Harry Potter lay on his back with Bella Swan asleep against his shoulder. He looked at the ceiling. He listened to her breathing. He listened to the rain. He had not in his life been so afraid. He had not in his life been so steady. He turned his head very carefully and pressed his lips to the crown of her hair. She made a small sleeping sound. She did not wake. He closed his eyes. He did not, for a long time, sleep. He lay in the small, contented dark of a kitchen where a girl had decided, against everything that she had been taught about her own ordinariness, that she was going to be brave, and where a man had decided, against everything he had been taught about his own war, that he was going to be loved. When at last he slept, he did not dream. In the morning the alliance gathered. The morning came clean. It surprised everyone. The forecast had called for rain. The clouds had agreed with the forecast for most of the night, and the rain had, faithfully, made the long, soft, slow noise on the cedar shingles of the cottage at the end of Bogachiel Lane that everyone in Forks had grown to use as a kind of background music. But somewhere in the small hours the wind had lifted, and the cloud had broken, and by the time Harry stood at the kitchen window in the gray-blue light of pre-dawn, the sky over the meadow was a pale, thin, washed silver. And the first long fingers of true gold were pushing up over the eastern shoulder of the ridge. He let himself look at it for 10 seconds. Then he turned. Bella was already up. She had got up, in fact, 10 minutes before he had, and by the time he had come down the loft ladder she had the kettle on, the porridge on, 2 mugs out, and her hair tied back in the small, efficient knot that she wore for serious work. She did not look frightened. She did not look brave. She looked like the daughter of the chief of police of a small town in a country where people knew, by quiet collective experience, that on certain mornings you did not have time to be either, and the work was the work, and you put the kettle on, and you ate, and you went. He kissed her on the forehead, he drank his tea, he ate his porridge. They did not speak. Hermione and Ron arrived at 6 in the rented car. Locke and her people came at 6:15 in the long gray Crown Victoria. The Cullens came at 6:30 on foot through the trees, the way the Cullens preferred to come when they did not wish to be observed. The wolves were already at the meadow. They had, Sam had said the night before, been there since midnight. Harry had finished the wards on the cedar stand at sunset of the day before. He had 3 layers, the first to keep Crane and his lieutenants from apparating into the meadow, the second to keep them from portkeying, the third, the most important, to keep any of the bound newborns from passing the line without breaking the binding curse on them as they did. He was, of the 3, proudest of the third. It had taken him 4 hours of careful work and a long letter to Bill, and an even longer letter to Hermione, who had got off the bus 4 days earlier with the answer already written out on the inside of a notebook, because she had, in her ordinary way, anticipated the question. The wards would, when the bound newborns crossed the line, snap their compulsion with a small, clean sound. The newborns would, on crossing, find themselves their own again. What they did with that, Harry had told himself, was not a matter he could dictate. He could only give them the choice. The party set out from the cottage at 6:45. The meadow lay east of the river in a small natural bowl among the foothills. It was a long oval of grass, perhaps 100 yards across at its widest, ringed with cedar and fir and bordered to the south by the small white-fringed run of the river itself. Wildflowers in summer. In the early spring of the Pacific Northwest, only the grass, very pale, very wet, just beginning to turn. The eastern slope of the bowl was a low ridge, easy to defend from above. The western lip of the bowl was the cedar stand Harry had warded. The southern edge was the river. The northern edge was a long, open shoulder of slope down which the fire road came up from the deep woods, and which, if Locke's intelligence was right, was the road by which Crane would arrive. The wolves were on the eastern ridge. They were, at this hour, in the long-bodied, loose-arranged formation of a pack at rest in a place where they expected, very soon, to fight. Sam at the center, Paul, Jared, Embry, Quill to either side, Jacob on the far left flank, his russet coat very bright against the wet grass. Brady, the new one, beside him, smaller and uncertain but holding his place. The Cullens had taken position along the western lip in a long, fanned-out arrangement, Carlyle at the center. Esme beside him, with a long, thin knife of pale steel at her hip that Harry, who had dined with her, had not realized she owned. Edward to the south of Carlyle. Jasper to the north with Alice at his shoulder. Rosalie and Emmett on the flanks, with the small, careful relish on Emmett's face of a man who had been waiting 8 months for a fight worthy of him, and was now, with everything he loved arrayed at his back, about to have one. Locke and her 2 had taken the southern flank along the river. Foster had a long staff of polished blackthorn that he leaned against the trunk of a cedar with the practical ease of a man for whom the staff was not an affectation. Viga had no visible weapon at all, which was precisely as Harry had expected. Hermione and Ron had taken the small high vantage on the southern shoulder, where the slope rose a few yards above the river, a narrow shelf of moss-furred rock that gave them, between them, a clear sightline along the back third of the meadow. Hermione had her wand in her right hand and her notebook in her left. Ron had his wand in his right hand and a small flask of a particular kind of strengthening potion that Harry had taught him the value of in his left, of which he had drunk a sensible single mouthful before sunrise. Harry and Bella were on the small earthen rise at the center of the western edge. The rise had been carved, perhaps 15 years ago, by the falling of a great cedar that had taken its root ball with it, and the cleared earth made a small natural platform from which one could see the whole bowl. Harry had decided, the day before, that this would be the spot. He stood now on the rise with his wand in his right hand and the air around him a degree colder than the air anywhere else in the meadow, and Bella stood at his left shoulder, with her willow wand in her right hand and her left hand flat against her sternum. Listening to the steady tone there as if it were a metronome, she did not need to look at it. The bell in her chest was, this morning, brighter than it had ever been. "You all right?" Harry murmured. "Yes, sure, yes." He looked at her for a long moment. He smiled very faintly and turned back toward the meadow. He raised his free hand. He cast a small scrying charm into the air over the bowl. A long, thin filament of silver light spun out from the tip of his wand, drifted up into the cool morning and hung above the meadow like the slow, steady note of a tuning fork. It would, when Crane came, change color. They waited, the sun lifted by another degree. The grass in the meadow caught it and lit very faintly gold along the tops of the blades. A heron rose slowly from the river and beat its long, slow way south. Somewhere a thrush sang. Harry breathed. The silver thread above the meadow shivered. It hummed. It changed color. It went, in 3 deliberate steps, from silver to amber to a deep, dark, bruised red. "They're here," he said quietly. They came up the fire road in the loose, long-strided run of newborn vampires who had been told to run and who had, by the binding on them, very little choice in the matter. They were perhaps 30 in number, which matched Locke's count. They were in motion as a unit. They came over the lip of the meadow at the northern shoulder in a long, fanning rush. The wolves did not move. The Cullens did not move. The newborns, halfway across the meadow, broke pace and slowed, in the small, confused ripple of an army that had been told to charge and was, in mid-charge, not finding the resistance it had been told to expect. Behind them, 4 figures came over the lip of the meadow on broomsticks. 3 of the figures Harry did not recognize. They were in long, dark coats with hoods drawn up, and they flew in a tight, neat triangle with the precision of wizards who had trained together. The 4th figure flew a yard ahead of the triangle, in a long, dark coat with the hood thrown back, and his thin, pale face was, in the long sun of a clear morning, very clearly the face of the man in the black and white photograph Roxanne Locke had laid on a table in the lobby of the Northwest Inn 9 days ago. Thaddeus Crane. Harry raised his wand. It was not, by the standards of a man who had shouted spells across a great hall while the ceiling fell in, a particularly dramatic motion. He simply raised his hand with the wand in it to the level of his own chin. He said, very quietly, a single word that no one in the meadow was close enough to hear except Bella beside him. The cedar stand to either side of the rise lit, briefly, with a long, pale silver shimmer along its outer face, and the wards there sang once like a struck bell and were quiet. The first newborn to reach the western lip hit the warding with the small speed blurred sound of a person hitting a closed door. She stopped. She stood for a half-second, blinking. Then her eyes, which had been the flat killing red of a newborn under a binding, went slowly to a darker color. A more confused color. The color, in fact, of a woman of perhaps 22 who, Harry saw with a small punch in his chest, had been turned not more than 2 weeks ago. She looked around the meadow. She looked at her own hands. She looked, in the small dawning way of a person remembering something she had not in fact forgotten, at a small silver charm bracelet on her own left wrist. She lowered her hand. She turned slowly away from the meadow. She walked, by her own choice, back toward the trees. Carlyle, on the western lip, lifted one hand to his people and indicated with a small minute gesture, "Leave her." The second newborn to hit the warding was a young man. He, too, stopped. He, too, blinked. He, too, after a half-second of looking around at the meadow, took 2 slow steps backward and turned away 3 more. 4. The line of newborns hitting the wards was breaking. Crane, in the air over the meadow, saw what was happening. He did not, to his credit, hesitate. He pulled up sharp on his broom and shouted, with the sharp, clear, well-trained command of a man who had taught himself to use voice as well as wand, a single word in Latin that Harry recognized at once. It was the second of 3 trigger words on the binding curse Locke had described. It was the word that would, in a properly bound newborn, override the breaking of the curse. 6 of the newborns, who had begun to turn away, jerked. Their eyes flashed back to red. They turned. They charged 6 of the newborns. Of the perhaps 30, the other 24 did not. Harry, on the rise, allowed himself a small private breath. The wards had taken 24. The remaining 6 had been bound with the deeper second-stage compulsion that Crane had, evidently, used on his most prized recruits. 24 had been the easy ones. 6 were going to be the hard ones. He could work with 6. Now, he said quietly, the wolves came down off the ridge. The fight that followed was, by the standards of a man who had fought at Hogwarts, brief. By the standards of any other measure, it was an eternity. The wolves took the 6 remaining bound newborns in 3 pairs. Sam and Paul took the first one, a tall, white-haired thing that came at them with all the wild speed of the newly turned, and which lasted, by Harry's count, 4 seconds. Jared and Embry took the second. Quill and Brady, in a small, heart-stopping show of competence on Brady's part, took the third. Jacob, alone, took the fourth, because Jacob had wanted, in his quiet way, to take one alone, and Sam had, after a small, silent consultation that no one but the pack heard, allowed it. The fifth and sixth went down to Emmett and Rosalie at the western lip, and Emmett, in the small, fierce grin of a man enjoying his work, was already laughing as the second of them tumbled. The 4 wizards on broomsticks broke formation. 2 went south toward Hermione and Ron. 1 went west toward the rise toward Harry and Bella. Crane himself banked sharply over the center of the meadow, looked down, and dove, Harry registered with a small flash of clinical respect very well. He came down in a long, fast arc that brought him in low along the line of the cedars, with his wand arm down and his other arm steadying the broom. And he pulled up at the last possible moment to land on his feet on the grass at the bottom of the rise, with his coat flying out behind him. And his thin, pale face very calm and his wand already up. "Potter," he said. "Crane." The 2 wizards looked at each other across the small space. "You are," Crane said pleasantly, "remarkably easy to find for a man of your reputation. I have not been hiding. Ah, the hubris of the famous. The patience of the tired," a small, thin smile at the corner of Crane's mouth. "You have," he said, "what I want, I do, and you will not give it to me? I will not. Then I shall take it. You will not." A flicker, not quite a flinch, only the small involuntary tightening at the corner of an eye, of a man encountering, in a dueling opponent, the small, quiet certainty of a man who had not, in his life, been beaten. Crane's smile thinned by a fraction. He lifted his wand by a fraction. He glanced briefly past Harry at the girl on the rise behind him. "And the girl," he said, "she is not for you." He cast, in the long, fast, economical motion of a man who had been dueling since he was 14, 4 spells in something less than 2 seconds. A blasting curse. A conjunctivitis hex. A piece of something black and unpleasant Harry did not recognize. The killing curse, last, low, fast, aimed not at Harry but at the small earth platform under his feet. Harry batted the blasting curse aside with the small, economical sideways flick of a man who had spent 2 weeks being shouted at by Mad-Eye Moody. The conjunctivitis hex he did not bother to deflect. He simply turned his face by an inch, and the hex went past his ear into the trunk of a cedar that, 10 seconds later, dropped a long branch into the grass behind him. The black thing he did counter, with a quiet word and a small, hard motion of his wrist, and the black thing crumpled into a small puff of gray ash in the air. The killing curse, the last, he did not so much deflect as absent himself from the path of, with the small, quiet step that he had learned, on the night he had walked back out of the forbidden forest with the Hallows in him, to take when there was something that he did not, by ordinary rules, need to be afraid of. The killing curse passed through the place where his feet had been a fraction of a second ago. It hit the earth platform. The earth platform, which was warded, absorbed it. Bella, on the rise, did not move. Her shield was up. The faint opalescent dome had bloomed around her at the moment Harry had stepped, and it was holding, perfectly unbroken, a foot above her head. Crane stared. "Impossible," he said. "It really is not," Harry said pleasantly. He cast, in the long, fluid, economical motion that Bill Weasley had once called the only piece of choreography you have ever bothered to master, Harry, and thank Merlin you bothered to master one. 7 spells in something less than 3 seconds. He did not aim them all at Crane. He aimed 3 at Crane, 2 at the broom Crane had just dismounted, and 2 at the small set of warding stones Crane, in his arrogance, had placed at the corners of his own dueling perimeter 10 seconds earlier. The first 3 forced Crane to defend. The 4th and 5th shattered the broom into kindling. The 6th and 7th dispelled Crane's wards with a small, clean sound. Crane, by the 7th, had recovered. He cast back 2 well-formed dark hexes and a piece of cursed fire that Harry recognized from a particular branch of dueling tradition in southern Italy. Harry took the first hex on the small palm shield Hermione had taught him in 4th year. The second he reflected, with a small, satisfied inner adjustment, back at Crane, who deflected it himself. The cursed fire he could not, with a single hand, contain. He let it go to ground at his right side, where it took a small patch of grass. It was, he noted with a careful inner clinical eye, not large enough to spread. The grass was wet. They dueled for, by Harry's count, 1.5 minutes. They dueled with the long, economical control of 2 men who had been dueling for too long to enjoy it, and the meadow around them flickered with the small, bright incidents of their work. Crane was, Harry registered, very good. He was as good as the file had said. He was not, however, as good as he believed himself to be. He was, at heart, a man who had taught himself a particular grammar of dark spells very thoroughly, and had not, in 20 years, asked himself whether the grammar was the only one. Harry knew the grammar. Harry had broken it down into its constituent parts in the last 6 months in a flat in London with nothing else to do, and Harry knew, on the second exchange, where Crane was going to flinch on the third. The third exchange, when it came, ended with Crane on one knee. He came back up. He was not finished. He had, Harry could see, a small private reserve of darker, older work he had not yet committed. He committed it. The shadow that came off his wand on the next cast was not properly a spell. It was a small, condensed bolt of something that had been a particular kind of demonic familiar in a particular kind of book that had been banned in 8 wizarding nations, and that Crane, evidently, had been carrying with him in a small jar at his belt. It came at Harry with the long, thin shape of a blade made of black smoke. It was, by the kind of traditional reading of magic, a thing that ought to have been very difficult to defend against. It hit, instead, the opalescent dome. The dome rippled. It bent. It held. Behind Harry, on the rise, Bella had stretched out her left hand over his shoulder. The dome around her had, in the small private decision of a girl who had been told once and had decided that she did not, today, need to be told twice, expanded. It now included him. It included, in fact, the entire small earth platform on which the rise sat, and the wave of black smoke that had hit it broke against it like surf against a seawall and ran down it and dispersed, leaving in its wake a small, bright, perfectly opalescent tracery along the inside of the dome where the tip of the smoke had touched it. Crane stared. That, he said very softly. That cannot be. It is, however, the fact, Harry said. Who is she? My wife. He had not, until that moment, used the word. The word came out of him before he had thought about it. It came out, he registered with a small private clarity, because it was, by the only reckoning that mattered, true. My wife, he said again. And I will thank you, Crane, not to look at her again. He cast. He cast, this time, the spell that he had been holding in reserve since the start of the duel. The spell that he did not, by his own preference, like to use, because it was not a dueling spell. It was a finishing spell, and finishing spells were, in his experience, a thing one used only when one was sure. He was sure. He cast it. It was not a piece of light. It was a small, quick darkening. A moment in which the air between the 2 men compressed and then released. And Crane, who had been standing in a perfectly ordinary patch of grass a half-second before, was, the next half-second, not standing. He was kneeling. His wand was 3 feet to his left. His eyes were open. He was breathing. He was not, however, capable of moving anything below his shoulders, and he was not, by anyone's reasonable reckoning, capable of casting again. Harry walked slowly down the rise. He stopped 3 feet from him. Thaddeus Crane, he said quietly. I am detaining you on behalf of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement of the United Kingdom and on behalf of the Magical Congress of the United States, on charges of the murder of 14 Muggle citizens of the United States. The unlawful turning of an indeterminate number of further Muggle citizens, the unlawful binding of the same and various conspiracies against the persons of myself, Bella Swan, Auror Roxanne Locke, the Cullen family of Forks, the Quileute pack of La Push, and an unknown number of others. You will be remanded into the custody of the Magical Congress. You will be tried in their court. If you are found guilty, and you will be found guilty, you will spend the rest of your life in whatever place the Magical Congress thinks best to put you. If it is in their power to send you back to Azkaban, you will go to Azkaban. If you have anything to say in your own defense, I would advise you to say it to your lawyer when one is provided." Crane stared at him. "The stone," he said in a very small voice. "You will not be receiving the stone." You do not understand. She was." "I understand," Harry said quietly. "She is dead, Thaddeus. She has been dead for 2 years. I am sorry. I know what it is to want someone back. I know what it is to spend the night with the small fact of their absence pressed against your ribs. I have, as it happens, been given the stone. I have not used it. I will not use it. I will not, even at my most desperate, use it. Do you know why?" Crane could not, with the bind on him, shake his head. His eyes did the work. "Because they do not come back, Thaddeus. They come when you call them. They are kind. They are themselves, but they do not come back. They are only present for a moment. They cannot stay. They were not made to stay. The stone is a small cruelty in the shape of a kindness. The cruelty is that it lets you remember for 30 seconds what it was to have them. And then it makes you let them go again. I would not, Thaddeus, give you the stone if you were the only man in the world. I would not give it to you if you were dying. I would not give it to you for any price. You will not have it. She is gone. I am sorry." He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. Crane, on his knees with his eyes open, made a small sound that was not, anyone who heard it would say afterward, the sound of a man surrendering. It was the sound of a man who had, very late in his life, with no chance to do anything about it, understood a thing he had spent 20 years choosing not to understand. Harry looked at him for a long, level moment. "Locke," he called, "on my way." Locke said from the southern flank, walking up out of the meadow with her wand at her side and the small, composed expression of a woman who had spent the last 2 minutes very calmly stunning the second of 2 wizards who had come at her party from the air. "The other 2, Hermione's, both." "Good." She came up. She bound Crane with a long, quick set of professional ties. "Your wife, you said." Harry blinked. "What? In the duel, I heard you said wife." He paused. He looked briefly up the rise at Bella, who had come down off the platform and was standing in the grass at the bottom of it with her hands pressed flat together against her chest as though she were holding something in. He looked back at Locke. He smiled faintly. "Yes, I said wife. Locke's small, dry, private smile. "I thought you might have. Congratulations, Mr. Potter." "Or, Locke, we have not, Mr. Potter." She finished tying Crane. She straightened. "I have been an Auror for 8 years. I have in 8 years learned to recognize the moment in which a man uses a word for the first time. You used the word. You will, in due course, ask her. She will, in due course, say yes. I would, with your permission, like to offer my congratulations now and not be obliged to say them again later when I will be busy." He laughed. He could not help it. It was a small, short, surprised laugh, in the middle of a wet meadow, in the small, bright morning, in the small pause after a fight, with a man kneeling in front of him whose life was, by his own reckoning, finished. He laughed, and the laugh broke something loose in his chest, and he turned and he walked slowly up the rise to Bella, and she took his face in her cold, shaking hands, and she pressed her forehead very hard against his. "You said wife," she said. "I did." "You said wife." "I did." She made a small sound that was not quite a sob and not quite a laugh, and that he would, for the rest of his life, remember as the sound of a woman who had decided, in the small, private way of a woman who had been waiting for a thing, that the thing she had been waiting for was, in fact, the thing she had hoped for. She kissed him. He kissed her back. The meadow around them settled. It was not, in the end, a clean victory. 2 of the wolves had taken minor wounds. Embry had a long, shallow cut along his side that Carlyle, the moment he had finished with the wizards, was already kneeling to attend to. Viga had taken a hex to her shoulder that Locke would, before noon, have her people see to. 6 of the bound newborns lay in pieces on the grass, and Carlyle and Esme, after the fight, walked among them with the small, grave, gentle care of people who had not, in any of their lives, become accustomed to the work, and gathered the pieces carefully and laid them in the small, low fire that Jasper, with quiet competence, had built at the edge of the meadow. The 24 newborns who had broken from their compulsion at the wards, The 24 who had turned away at the line had not, by then, gone far. Carlyle, who had been worried about that very thing, walked into the trees with his hands open and his voice low, and an hour later he came back with most of them at his back, and they did not look at the meadow as they passed it, and they followed him. In the long, quiet line of people who had been given, by a man they had not known, a thing they had not believed they would ever be given again, to the cars. He would, in the next several days, find each of them a place to be. He would, in the next several months, find each of them a way to live. He would not lose, of those 24, more than 4 to the small, cruel chance of newborn life, and he would, for the rest of his own life, count those 4 among the small private list of names he kept in the back of his journal, and would not, in the careful kindness of a man who had been alive a long time, ever quite forget. Locke, with her people and with Crane and his 3 lieutenants, left for Port Angeles by mid-morning. Foster carried the small jar at Crane's belt very carefully in a gloved hand. Vega took Hermione's notebook and copied the relevant pages and gave the notebook back with a small nod that was, from her, the equivalent of a long, warm letter. The wolves left for La Push by noon. Sam came up to Harry on the western lip, and he did not, in the way of his quiet kind, say very much. He clasped Harry's forearm, he nodded to Bella, he looked at the small line of cedars Harry had warded. "Good work," he said. "You too?" "You are welcome," Sam said carefully, "on our land any time with her." "Thank you." Sam looked at him for a long moment. Then a small, grave, almost tender smile touched the corner of his mouth, an expression that Harry would only ever see on Sam only once. "Take care of her, Potter." "I will." The Cullens, after the long, slow, careful work of the morning, walked Harry and Bella back to the car. Esme, at the door, kissed Bella on both cheeks. Carlyle, very gravely, held out his hand to Harry, and Harry took it, and the handshake lasted a moment longer than it needed to. Edward, at the very back, said only, "Mr. Potter, Mr. Cullen. I will in due course owe you a full accounting of my poor manners on the day we met. You owe me nothing?" "I do, in fact, owe you something." Edward smiled, very faintly. "I will in any case be useful." "Thank you, Edward." Edward inclined his head. He turned. He walked with the long, fluid motion of a man who was already thinking about the next problem, back into the trees with his family. Harry helped Bella into the car. He got in beside her. He sat for a moment with his hands on the wheel. "Harry," she said. "Yes, you said wife." "I did." "You did you mean?" "Yes, you did mean." "Yes." "Harry, I am going to ask you," he said, in a more romantic setting than the front seat of a rented car at the edge of a meadow on which we have, in the last hour, killed 6 newborn vampires, but I will today tell you the answer. The answer is yes. I have meant it since the first morning. I will mean it tomorrow. I will mean it in a week when the next thing comes, because there will be a next thing. I will mean it for as long as I am alive, and probably for as long as I am not. I am Bella. I am not very good with the words. I have never in my life said this word to anyone. I will say it to you. I love you. I have since the diner. I will until the end. She started, as he had known she might, to cry. He kissed her very gently on both eyelids. He started the engine. He drove her home. That afternoon, in the small white house at the end of the quiet residential street, Charlie Swan came home from a long, quiet shift in which 2 unrelated incidents on the highway had taken him nearly 9 hours, and he found his daughter's young man. His daughter's young man's 2 best friends and a sandwich on a plate at his place. He sat down. He looked at the sandwich. He looked at the 4 of them. "Bells," he said. "You want to tell me anything?" "Later, Dad." He ate the sandwich. He drank a beer. He turned on the football. He did not, that evening, ask anyone to tell him anything. He had been a chief of police of a small town for a long time. He had, in the long course of his career, learned that there were certain afternoons on which the people you loved came home a little bit changed, and that the difference between being a wise man and being a foolish one was often only the difference between asking on those afternoons. The question you wanted to ask or not, he did not ask. He would, in due course, be told. Outside, the clean morning had given way, by mid-afternoon, to the long, soft, slow rain to which the town was accustomed. And the rain came down on the porch of the small white house, and on the cedar shingles of the cottage at the end of Bogachiel Lane, and on the deep, wet woods past the boundary of Forks, and somewhere, very far away, in a cell of a particular kind that the magical Congress maintained in a particular kind of place under the salt of the Pacific, Thaddeus Crane sat with his back against a wall and looked at a small picture of a young woman whom he had loved 20 years ago, with all the small, careful patience of a man who had not, until that morning, allowed himself to know that she was, in fact, gone. He did not, that night, sleep. In a kitchen in a small white house in Forks, however, two young people who had, as it happened, fought a battle in a meadow in the morning, slept in each other's company at the kitchen table, with their heads against the wood and their hands across the table joined, and they slept. For the first time in either of their lives, the long, dreamless sleep of people for whom a thing they had been afraid of had been, very thoroughly, dealt with. Charlie, passing through the kitchen at 10, looked at them. He did not, this time, smile. He took a blanket off the back of the couch in the next room. He laid it over Bella's shoulders. He laid the corner of it over Harry's. He went to bed. It was not, in the long history of the small white house, the first time he had done such a thing. It was the first time he had done it for two. Alice came up the gravel drive at dawn on the third morning after the meadow. She did not knock. She had, in the days since the battle, taken to walking up to the cottage at the end of Bogachiel Lane in the manner of a person who had decided that knocking was a small, unnecessary delay between herself and the people she loved, and Harry, who had started leaving the door on the latch when he expected her, looked up from his cup of tea at the kitchen table and saw her standing in the threshold with her hands clasped at her waist and her face very pale. He set the tea down. "Tell me," he said. "They are coming. How many?" "All of them?" He closed his eyes for a moment. He opened them. "When?" "This evening, before sunset. They will come into the meadow. They will not, I think, come for the house. They will be, all of them, Harry, the brothers, the wives, the full guard, Felix, Demetri, Jane, Alec, Heidi. The whole entourage." She swallowed. "Auror is leading. He is not, in my vision, in a state of war. He is in a state of hospitality. He is, in his head, paying us a visit. He is bringing the entirety of his court with him to do it." "Esme," Harry said quietly. "Carlyle, the others." "Already on their way." "Good." He stood up. He walked to the small old cooker. He put another kettle on by the small, unconsidered habit of a man who, in his country, had been raised to put a kettle on at the start of every difficult morning. He turned. He looked at Alice. "Have you told Sam?" "Edward is with him at the line as we speak. He will come." "Locke," Edward called her at first light. "She is on her way down from Port Angeles. She will bring her people?" "Hermione and Ron, on their way. Bella, already up, already coming. Charlie thinks she is going to school." He looked at her for a long moment. "All right," he said. "All right, Alice, sit down. Drink, well, you don't drink anything, but sit down. I am going to think for 10 minutes. Then I am going to do what needs doing." She sat. He stood at the kitchen window with his hands in his pockets and the small, clean morning light on his face, and he thought, in the long, careful, methodical way Hermione had taught him to think when there was time to think and a great deal at stake, about the people in the meadow that evening, and about the small, precise things he was going to need to say and to do and to leave undone. When the kettle whistled, he made himself a fresh cup of tea, and he sat across the table from Alice, and he looked at her, and he smiled. "Right," he said. "Tell me everything you saw." By midday the cottage was full. Carlyle and Esme had come over the meadow path on foot. Edward and Jasper had come down with them. Rosalie and Emmett had come, on Harry's request, separately and slightly later, in case observation had been started by the Volturi from the air. Hermione and Ron had walked down the road from Charlie's at 9:30, with Bella between them, and the three of them had come into the kitchen with their wands already in their belts, and their faces composed in the small, careful working calm of three people who had decided, without conferring, that they were not, today, going to be afraid of anything until the day required it. Locke and Foster and Vega had arrived at 11 in the long gray-crowned Victoria, and Locke had brought, on the advice of her own discreet contacts in the European wizarding embassies, a small leather case of papers that included, among other things, The joint diplomatic credentials of 3 magical governments authorizing her in this particular meeting to speak as their representative, she had set the case on the kitchen table. She had not, up to this point, opened it. "It's only," she said quietly, "in case we need it. We may need it." Harry said Sam came at noon. He came alone on foot. He sat at the table without taking off his coat and with his hands flat on the wood, and he looked at Harry, and he listened to what Harry had to say, and at the end of it he nodded once and said only, "We will be on the eastern ridge. We will not engage unless they engage. If they engage, we will engage. We will otherwise be present. Thank you, Sam. Be careful with him, Potter." "I will. Auror is." Sam paused. He picked his words with the small, careful economy that Harry had come to expect from him. "Auror is not cruel for cruelty's sake. He is cruel for curiosity's sake. That is a different thing. It is, in some ways, worse. A cruel man you can frighten, a curious man you have to disappoint. Disappointing him is a particular skill. You will need to find it today." "I will." Sam looked at him for a long moment. "You have, on balance, found everything else you have needed. I think you will find this too." He stood. He nodded to Bella. He went out. Harry watched him go. He turned. He looked at the rest of the group around his table. He drew breath. "Right," he said. "We have until sunset. Let me tell you what I am going to do," he told them. It took him an hour. By the end of the hour, every person at the table had a clear understanding of where they were going to stand, what they were going to do, what they were going to say if they were spoken to, and, most importantly, what they were not going to do under any circumstances. He had given them, with his own private debt of guilt at the necessity of it, a particular instruction to Bella that was the hardest of all the instructions to give, and it was that, no matter what was said, she was not to step in front of him. "You are," he said carefully, "the strongest defense we have on the field. You are the only one of us who can stop with certainty what Auror will, if pushed, throw at me. I am asking you not to do it from in front of me. I am asking you to do it from beside me." Auror reads very precisely the body language of fear. If you stand in front of me, he will read the meadow as having a softer center. He will press it. If you stand beside me, he will read it differently. He will read it as us. Do you understand? Yes. You can shield me from beside me. I can. Good. Then beside me you will stand. She nodded. Bella, yes. If at any time I tell you to leave, you will leave. You will not argue. You will not ask. You will leave. Hermione will go with you. We will, in the way of these things, manage. I am asking you for this one thing. Will you give it to me? She looked at him for a long moment. He watched her work it out behind her eyes, the small, clear instinct of a girl who had decided, lying in a bed in a small white house at the end of a quiet residential street, that she was not going to be a passenger in her own life ever again. In private negotiation with the small, clear instinct of a girl who knew, with the same clarity, that she was not, this afternoon, the most powerful thing in any meadow she had ever stood in. "I will give it to you," she said. "If you will give me one thing, tell me." "You will not, Harry, do anything that gets you killed for the sake of doing it impressively. You will, if there is a moment in which you can choose between doing the dramatic thing and the boring one, choose the boring one." "Yes," he laughed, very quietly. "Yes, even if Auror is being annoying." "Even then, especially then, all right." She held out her hand. He took it. Their hands were very steady. "Then we go." The meadow at 5 o'clock had a particular kind of light to it, the long, soft gold of a clear day in early spring on the western coast of America, when the sun had decided, on its way out, to be patient about the going. The grass had not, since the morning of the battle, been cut. It was still flattened where the wolves had stood and torn where the newborns had fallen, and Carlyle and Esme had spent 2 of the last 3 days quietly walking the meadow with their hands in the long grass, putting it right with the small invisible competence of 2 people who had made a long second life out of the work of mending small broken things. The patch of ground where Harry had done what Harry had done to Crane was, by the kind work of Esme, no longer a patch. The grass had grown back. The fire that had taken the small piece of cursed grass at his right side was a faint dark bloom in the green that you could only see if you were looking for it. The alliance was assembled on the western lip by 5:20. The Cullens, in the same fanned-out arrangement as the morning of the battle, with Carlyle and Esme at the center. Locke and her two on the southern flank, Locke at the front, the leather case at her hip. Hermione and Ron at the small high vantage on the southern shoulder, with Hermione's wand low at her side and Ron's high in the long oars stance Harry had in 3 weeks helped him polish to a thing of professional gloss. Sam and Paul and Jared and Embry and Quill and Brady on the eastern ridge in human form in coats, because Sam had decided on consideration that the Volturi would raid wolves on the ridge as a provocation and men in coats as a courtesy. And Jacob beside them, with the small, grave expression of a young man who had grown by a degree in the days since the battle. Harry stood on the small earthen rise at the center of the western lip. Bella stood at his left shoulder. He did not, this time, raise the silver scrying thread. He did not need to. The wards he had laid the night before had a different signature in the air, and they were already singing, very faintly, like a small held breath in a high choir. The Volturi came over the lip of the meadow at the northern shoulder at 25 to 6. They came on foot. They came in formation. They came at the slow, ceremonial, almost stately walking pace that Auror, whose principal pleasure in life had become the construction of small, precise tableaux, had decided this particular meeting would be conducted at. They were perhaps 15 in number. Auror at the center, in his long black robe with the high collar, with his white hands clasped lightly at his waist and his pale red eyes very bright. Caius to his right, in a robe that was almost identical and an expression that was, in its blunt readiness for hostility, very different. Marcus to his left, in the long-suffering posture of a man who had been alive too long to be interested in any meadow. Behind them, the wives in a loose, soft second rank, Sulpicia, Athenodora, and behind the wives, the guard. Felix at the back left, large enough to be his own weather. Demetri at the back right, with the small wry private nod he had on coming over the lip, sent in Harry's direction. Jane and Alec, the small pale twins in the center. Heidi, Renata, the others, they stopped at the bottom of the meadow waited. Auror spread his white hands, he smiled. He had, Harry registered with a small private clinical eye, a very good smile. It was the kind of smile that had been practiced over centuries until it had become, in its small private way, weaponized. It was warm, it was charming, it was, beneath the charm, very still. Carlyle. He said, in a voice that carried across the meadow with the small, effortless audibility of a man who had spent 800 years learning to make himself heard in small rooms and large ones. "My oldest friend, Auror," Carlyle said. He did not, this time, speak with the warmth he ordinarily reserved for the man at the bottom of the meadow. He spoke with the careful neutral courtesy of a man who had decided on balance that his own warmth was, today, not what was needed. "We were not expecting you. You were not." Auror's smile widened by a fraction. "I had thought my visit, given recent events, would have been anticipated. Anticipated, perhaps, not expected, a small distinction. It is the one I am making." A small, dry flash of amusement behind Auror's eyes. He inclined his head a fraction. He turned slowly until his eyes, bright, attentive, terrible in a way that did not quite reach the surface of his charm, found, on the small earthen rise at the center of the western lip, the figure of a young man with green eyes and a wand held loosely at his side. "And you," Auror said. "You must be Mr. Potter." "I am. What a great pleasure. I wish I could honestly say the same." A small held silence. Caius, beside Auror, took a small involuntary half-breath that might, in another man, have been the prelude to a hiss. Auror lifted one white hand very gently, and Caius did not finish whatever he had been going to do. "You are direct," Auror said, with what was evidently real delight. "I do so admire directness. It is a quality I have in my own life rarely been able to indulge. May I, then, be direct in return?" "Please?" "I have heard a great deal about you, Mr. Potter. I have heard, from sources of which I am quite proud, that you are the holder of 3 particular artifacts which are, in our oldest stories, said to confer upon their wielder a certain," he waved a small white hand, "a certain mastery. I have heard also that there is, between you and the lovely young woman beside you, a bond of a kind so rare that I had thought it confined to the imaginations of the earliest of our kind, and not to the world. I have come, at the head of my court, to satisfy myself in person on both points." That is the entirety of my purpose. I am not, you may note, accompanied by the legal apparatus that I would, ordinarily, bring to a matter of formal interest. I am accompanied by my family. We have come, Mr. Potter, only to look. Harry said. Will you indulge an old man's curiosity? I will indulge an old man's questions. That is a different thing, it is, Auror laughed. It was a delighted, almost girlish laugh that did not at all, Harry registered, reach his eyes. Oh, you are charming. Carlyle, your young man is charming. He is not my young man, Auror, he is his own. Of course, of course. Auror stepped forward a single pace. He did not, Harry noted, come further than that. He stopped on the long slope of the meadow with the soft gold of the late sun on his pale face and his hands clasped lightly at his waist. And he looked at Harry as though he were a small new specimen in the long, careful collection of small new specimens that Auror had, over centuries, accumulated. Mr. Potter, he said, may I, and I ask this, you will understand as a courtesy, not as a demand, may I have your hand for a moment? You are, perhaps, aware of my own modest gift. I am a reader of memory. The smallest of touches, and I will know you. I would so very much like to know you. You may have my hand, Harry said, on the understanding that you will not see in it what you do not want to see, a flicker behind Auror's smile. He did not, however, falter. He extended his own white hand, palm up, and Harry, with the small, careful step of a man who had no intention of being made uncomfortable by the gesture, walked down off the rise and crossed the small grassy distance and laid his right hand lightly in Auror's. Auror's white fingers closed around it. Auror's eyes closed. There was a small still moment. Bella on the rise did not move. Carlyle did not move. Sam on the eastern ridge did not move. The sun, in the gentle gold way of its kind, declined by another small fraction. Auror opened his eyes. He looked at Harry for a long, considered moment. He looked at him the way a man looked at a closed door at the end of a long corridor that he had, in his life, never failed to open before. He did not look angry. He did not look frightened. He looked, very briefly, surprised, and then, with the small, admirable speed of recovery for which he had been famous in his own court for 800 years, amused. Ah, he said softly, you have, Mr. Potter, learned my old enemy. I have, a clumency? Yes. From a teacher of considerable skill, from the best teacher of his generation in Britain. Severus Snape, Auror murmured. Harry blinked. He had not, in this country, in this room, expected to hear the name. It went through him with the small, private, quiet shock of a thing he had not let himself touch in 2 years. He did not, however, allow it on his face. You knew him. I knew of him. Auror's eyes were very bright. I know of every gifted Cullens of the last 2 centuries. I keep in my own small way a register. He was, by reputation, the finest. I am not, you will understand, displeased to find that he had a pupil. I am, perhaps, a little displeased to find that the pupil was you, on a meadow in front of me today. But that is a small private displeasure of my own, and it will not, Mr. Potter, in any way affect the conduct of our meeting. He released Harry's hand. Harry stepped back a single pace. Auror turned slowly to look up the slope at Bella. His pale red eyes lingered. And you, he said. You are Miss Swan. I am. My friend Carlyle has been very fond of you. He has. You are gifted. I am lately learning. May I? No. He stopped. He blinked. He had, evidently, not been prepared for the simple, flat refusal of a girl in a thrift store coat on a small earthen rise. I beg your pardon? No, Bella repeated, with the careful, steady politeness of a girl who had been raised in a small white house by a small, quiet man. You may not have my hand. I do not wish to be read. I am not interested in being known by you. I am, however, very polite. I will say it one more time. No, thank you. A small held silence. Auror, after a long moment, smiled again. The smile this time was a different smile. It was thinner. It was, and this Harry registered with a small private flicker of satisfaction, slightly less practiced, as though Auror had not, in 800 years, often had occasion to use this particular smile, because in 800 years he had not, on many afternoons, been refused. Of course. He said, of course, my dear, forgive me, I had not meant to overstep. You had, Bella said, but you are forgiven. The small, delighted laugh came again from Auror, and this time it was shorter, and the laughter on his face arrived a little ahead of the laughter in his eyes, and the eyes did not quite catch up. He turned, he looked at Harry, he looked at the meadow. He looked with a small, slow, professional sweep at every member of the alliance arrayed on the lip and the ridge and the southern shoulder and the southern flank, and he registered each of them. Harry could see. With the precise clinical care of a general taking the measure of a battlefield he had not, until this minute, decided he would or would not stand on. "Mr. Potter," he said quietly. "May I tell you then what I had in mind, please? I had thought when I came up from Volturi that I would offer you and your young lady, and I use the word in the kindest sense, please, a place of shelter, with us, in our court. I had thought that two such gifts as yours and hers, combined as they are by a bond so rare as to be, by any reckoning, a small miracle of the world, would be best preserved in a place where they could be protected, where they could be appreciated, where they could be among friends who understood their value. I have friends here who understand their value, of a certain kind, of every kind, Mr. Potter. Forgive an old man his honest opinion. The friends you have here are gifted, they are loyal. They are, by the standards of this small, wet town, formidable. They are not, however, capable of protecting you or your young lady against the entirety of what may, in time, come for you. There are powers in the world, magical and otherwise, that have not yet heard of you. They will. When they do, your friends here will not be enough. I do not need," Harry said quietly, "your protection, I will, however, be polite about declining it. I see, a very small held silence. And if," Auror said with the smallest edge in the warmth of his voice, "we were to insist." It was the sentence Harry had been waiting for. He drew, very slowly, a long breath. He looked briefly at Carlyle. Carlyle, on the western lip, gave him the small, almost imperceptible nod that Carlyle gave a man when he had decided that the man was about to do a thing that had, by the careful reckoning of the moment, become necessary. Harry looked at Bella. Bella's eyes were very steady. The opalescent dome, faint but present, was already up around her. Harry inclined his head a fraction. He raised his right hand to the level of his own collarbone. He did not, this time, hold the wand. He held only the fingers of the hand, lightly cupped, palm down. He let the master of death's awareness, the awareness he had not, since the day he had walked back out of the forbidden forest at the age of 17, ever allowed himself to fully unfurl in front of another living being, become, very precisely, visible. It was not a thing that produced light. It was not a thing that produced sound. It was a thing that produced, in the air over the meadow, a sudden, brief, tactile sense of weight, as though a thing very large had moved, very quietly, into the space above their heads. The grass for 30 yards in every direction laid itself down. The small gold sun on the western horizon flickered, very faintly, as though a curtain had been drawn briefly across it. The air around Harry's body developed a small aureole of stillness, a tiny refractive distortion that, Carlyle would later write in his journal, looked a very great deal like the small visible ripple in air around a thing that was, ordinarily, invisible. The hairs on the back of Auror's pale neck moved. The wives took, very slowly, 2 steps back. Caius, very slowly, raised his hand for his sword and then, with the small private decision of a man who had, in all his long years, never seen what he had just seen, lowered his hand. Marcus, who had not since the start of the conversation moved, lifted his head. He looked, for the first time in perhaps 200 years, fully awake. He looked at Harry. He looked at Bella. He looked, with the small, terrible attention of a man who was, by his own gift, a reader of bonds, at the small, invisible thing between them. He drew quietly a long breath. "Brother," he said. Auror did not turn. "Brother," Marcus said more quietly. Auror this time turned. "It is true." Marcus said, "What he is, what they are, the bond. It is true, I have not seen, brother, in 900 years a thing so bright, not at the Tarn, not at Salamanca, not even with Didyme, brother, not even there. It is true, do not, brother, press." There was a long-held silence. Harry let the awareness fold itself slowly away. The grass came back up. The sun steadied. The air, in the small private way of air on western coasts in early spring, did its ordinary work. Auror, after a very long moment, smiled. It was, this time, an entirely different smile. It was small. It was tired. It was the small private smile of a man who had been in the world a very long time and who had, in the world, had a very small number of moments in which he had been corrected by the only other man in the world whose opinion he was obliged to take. It was, in its small private way, a kind smile. It was, in another small private way, a sad one. "Mr. Potter," he said, "I see, Auror, you will, of course, forgive an old man his earlier impositions." "I will." "You will perhaps also believe me when I say that my offer, however clumsily made, was sincere. We are not, in the long course of our years, often in the position to extend friendship to the holders of gifts as great as yours and your young ladies. I will be honored on the long days to come to count you in some small fashion as an associate." "I will," Harry said carefully, "consider the request." A small dry flash of something that was almost respect behind Auror's eyes. He inclined his head a little. "And the matter of Crane. Crane is in Macusa custody." He will be tried. He will." "I will not, Auror, comment on what comes of him. I would advise, and this is not, I think, advice you require, that the Volturi do not interest themselves further in the case." "We will not." "Then we are agreed. We are agreed." A small held silence in the meadow. Auror lifted one hand. He glanced briefly at Marcus. Marcus inclined his head perhaps an inch, perhaps less, in a gesture so small that in a less attentive room than this one it would have gone unnoticed. Auror smiled again. He turned to Carlyle. "Old friend," he said, "it is, as ever, a great pleasure. We shall not, I think, trouble you further this evening. We will return to Volterra. We will in time write. We will in time read. Esme, as ever a beauty, please give my best to your charming home." "I will, Auror." He turned. He looked briefly at Harry. He inclined his head a small, precise fraction. He spoke a quiet word to his court. The court turned in the long ceremonial movement of a body that had moved together for centuries, and they walked back up the slope of the meadow at the same slow, stately pace they had arrived by. And they came over the lip of the meadow at the northern shoulder in the long fanning out of figures vanishing into the long evening trees, and they were, in the small abrupt way of vampires who chose to no longer be visible, gone. The meadow held its breath for a long moment. Then, very slowly, Sam Uli on the eastern ridge let out a long-held breath, and Carlyle on the western lip lowered his hands from where he had been holding them at his sides. And Hermione on the southern shoulder allowed herself a small, unsteady laugh that broke the silence into 1,000 small, ordinary sounds. Locke, at the southern flank, swore quietly into the leather case at her hip. Ron, at Hermione's shoulder, said, "Bloody hell," in the kind of odd half-whisper a man uses when he had been very afraid for a very long time and was, suddenly, no longer required to be. Harry, on the rise, turned slowly to Bella. She did not say anything for a long moment. She looked at him. The opalescent dome, the moment she had registered that the Volturi had gone over the lip of the meadow, had quietly winked out of the air around her. Then she took a step. She closed the small distance between them. She put her arms around his neck. She buried her face in his shoulder. She did not cry. He did not cry. They stood on the rise with the long gold of the late sun on them and the small evening wind in the cedars, and they breathed very carefully together until the bell in their two chests had returned to its small, steady working tone. "You did very well, Bella," he said into her hair. "You did very well, Harry. We did very well. Yes, Bella, yes. Will you marry me?" She lifted her head. Her dark eyes were very bright. "Yes," she said. He kissed her very quietly once on the mouth in a meadow in front of every person they loved. The clearing on the western edge applauded, quietly, in the way of a crowd that had been very afraid and had, in a small minute of grace, been given its lives back. Sam on the eastern ridge allowed himself, for the first time in his life of leadership, a small short bark of surprised, delighted laughter. Esme, from the lip, made a small sound into Carlyle's shoulder that was, Carlyle would later tell her, the loveliest sound she had ever made. Marcus, from the long northern slope of the meadow in the place where the Volturi had passed over the lip and were no longer visible, paused briefly in the deep evening trees. He did not turn back. He stood for a long moment with his head a little bowed. He smiled very faintly. "Good." He said quietly to no one in particular. "Good." Then he too was gone. That night in the kitchen of Charlie Swan's house, the chief of police sat at his table with a beer in his hand and looked across the wood at his daughter and the young man she was, by the small clear evidence of the small silver ring she was, somewhat shyly, twisting on her left ring finger. Going to marry, he looked at them for a long time. "All right," he said. "Tell me everything." They told him. It took an hour. They told him about magic, and about wizards, and about a war in another country in which the young man across the table from him had, by the small understated way he had of explaining things he did not like to explain, done the thing without which the war would not have ended. They told him about the Cullens. They told him about the wolves. They told him about a man named Crane. They told him about a meadow on the morning of 3 days ago. They told him, finally, about the Volturi and about the small ring. Charlie sat in silence at the end of it for a long time. He drank slowly the rest of his beer. He set the bottle down. He looked at his daughter. "Bells." "Yes, Dad. Are you happy?" "Yes." "With him?" "Yes." He looked at Harry. "Are you good to her?" "I am." "Will you be?" "Always." Charlie regarded him for a long, careful moment. He nodded once. "Bells," he said, "I am going to be honest with you. I did not, when you came up here, expect to see you happy. I expected you to give it a year. I expected you, at the end of the year, to go back to Phoenix. I expected your mother to have you back. I expected in a small private way that I am not, on consideration, very proud of to lose you again." She looked at him. "I am very glad," he said carefully, "to have been wrong." She got up. She went around the table. She sat in his lap the way she had not sat in his lap since she was 12, and she pressed her face into the rough flannel of his shirt, and Charlie Swan, who had not in 7 years cried, put one large, square, calloused hand on the back of his daughter's head and held it there for a long moment without making a sound. Harry, at the table, looked away. He looked at the small calendar of moose on the fridge. He looked at the small kitchen window. He looked at the rain on the small kitchen window. He let them have their minute. He had, in his life, not had many such minutes himself. He could, he thought, give one. Spring in Forks did, by the end of May, what spring in Forks always did, which was to come up into the trees in a long, slow, careful breath that did not, by anyone's reasonable expectation, ever quite arrive and yet had, by the second week of the month, somehow already happened. The cedars at the end of Bogachiel Lane had put out small new green tips along their long brown branches. The vine maple at the bottom of the gravel drive had unfolded its small pale yellow leaves. The river, fed by the long melt from the Olympics, ran higher and clearer than it had through the wet months. The rain, which had been a constant for the better part of 3 months, had gentled into the small, considerate drizzle of a country that had decided, on consideration, to give its inhabitants a few weeks off. Bella Swan graduated from Forks High School on a Friday afternoon in the 4th week of May. She walked across the small wooden stage in the school gymnasium, with her dark hair pinned up under the small square cap and her small white tassel hanging neat at her shoulder. And she took the small leather folder from the hand of Principal Green with the careful, steady politeness she had used in the diner with Doreen on the first morning Harry had ever seen her, and she crossed the stage and went down the small wooden steps and was, in the long applauding moment after, unmistakable in the 3rd row of the audience, as the daughter of the chief of police of the town, and the young woman of the green-eyed Englishman in the 2nd seat from the aisle. Charlie sat with his hands flat on his knees and a smile on his face that he had not, since his own daughter's birth, allowed himself. Harry, beside him, clapped and did not stop clapping until Bella, in the long line of graduates filing back out into the hall, had got to her seat. Hermione, on Harry's other side, was, Harry registered with private astonishment, crying very quietly into a small plain handkerchief. Ron, beyond Hermione, kept clapping out of solidarity for a full minute after the rest of the audience had stopped. Across the gymnasium, in the small, quiet section in the back where the Cullens had taken seats, Esme was beaming, and Carlyle had the small, fond expression of a man who had attended, in his long life, a great many graduations and had not, until that afternoon, been so quietly happy at one. Alice, beside Esme, there was no other word for it, vibrating. After, in the long milling crowd in the school hallway, the small reception with the small sandwiches and the small punch, Bella found Harry by the simple expedient of letting the bell in her chest tell her where in the room he was. She crossed the hall to him. She stopped in front of him. She put her hand against the front of his shirt. "Hi," she said. "Hi, I'm a graduate. You are. What do graduates do?" "They," he said with great gravity, "have ice cream. It is, I am told, traditional." She laughed. He took her by the hand. He led her through the long hallway crowd, past the small reception table, past the small clutch of girls from her economics class who waved to her, past the small set of the Cullen family who, with the quiet courtesy of people who knew when to leave the floor to the family, did not approach. He led her through the front doors of the school out into the long late afternoon light of a Forks May, and they walked, with her gown still over her dress and her cap in her hand, the 4 blocks to the small ice cream shop on the corner of Callowa and Spartan. He bought her, at her request, a single scoop of strawberry in a sugar cone. He bought himself, on her insistence, a single scoop of butter pecan in a cup. They sat on the small wooden bench outside the shop. They ate slowly. The light was very gentle. "Harry." "Yes." "I think I'd like to be married before the end of the summer." He looked at her. "All right," he said. "Tell me what you want." She told him. She had thought about it, she said, for the better part of 3 weeks. She did not, she said, want a big wedding. She did not, she said, want a church wedding. She did not, and here she paused and looked at him and looked at her ice cream, necessarily want a wedding her mother could attend, because Renee, in the way of Renees, would make of the wedding something other than what it was, and Bella, who had grown to understand a thing about herself in the months since Harry had walked into the diner, did not, this once, want to give her mother that thing. She wanted, she said, the wizard's ceremony. She wanted the small old binding ceremony Hermione had described to her in a long, quiet kitchen conversation 3 weeks earlier, the night the Volturi had left. She wanted the small gathering, her father, the Cullens, the pack, Hermione and Ron, perhaps Sue Clearwater, perhaps a few other friends, and she wanted it in a clearing in the forest at sunset, with the long handfast and the quiet vows and the small intertwining of magic that the Welsh, in their oldest stories, had called simply the joining. She wanted, she said, the joining. "And you, Harry," she said, "do you want it too?" He looked at her for a long moment. The bell in his chest had, since the Volturi had gone, settled into a calm, bright, steady chord that he had grown to use as a kind of compass. It was, this afternoon, quietly singing. "Yes," he said, "I want it too." The wedding was on a Saturday in the 3rd week of June. Hermione organized it. She had, on Bella's request, taken the role with the small, grave seriousness of a woman who had been waiting in private since 4th year to be asked to organize a magical handfasting, and she had, in the course of the 4 weeks she had been given, made of the small clearing in the woods east of Bogachiel Lane a thing that surprised everyone who came to it. There were no chairs, because Welsh handfastings did not have chairs. There was, instead, a wide ring of small, smooth river stones laid carefully on the moss, and each stone had a small white candle on it, and each candle had, by the small effort of Hermione's wand, a small, steady flame that the rain, which had, on this evening, gone politely away, would not, in any case, have troubled. There was, in the center of the ring, a small, pale standing stone that Carlyle had brought from a place he had told no one he had taken it from, and the stone had been, by Esme's quiet hand, garlanded with a single long ribbon of white camellias. The clearing held, in the long gold light of a midsummer evening on the western coast of Washington, perhaps 30 people. The Cullens, all 7, including Esme, who had, that morning, cried into Bella's hair for 15 minutes and had then helped her into the simple cream linen dress Hermione had ordered from a small witch's shop in Glastonbury. The pack, all 8, in coats over collared shirts, with Sam at the front and Jacob, in his quiet way, in the second row. Sue Clearwater beside Charlie, with the small private smile of a woman who had been quietly important to the chief of police of a small town for some time. A handful of Bella's friends from school, Mike, Angela, Jessica, Eric, who had been told with great care only the version of the story that the Cullens and the Pack and Sue had agreed on, and who had come, in the way of friends invited to a small, unusual wedding. Dressed too well and ready to be moved, Hermione at the back. Ron beside her. Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour, who had flown in 2 days earlier, beside Ron. McGonagall, who had, to everyone's surprise, accepted the invitation Harry had sent, in a small dark green robe and a small dark green hat at the very back, with the small impossible look of a woman who was not, in any meaningful sense, going to allow herself to cry but was, in this once, going to be very quiet about how very nearly she did, in the center, by the standing stone, with a small carved staff in his hand and a long pale gray robe over his shoulders. The man Hermione and Bill had between them found to officiate, a short, elderly American wizard named Mr. Hollow, who had been, in his long career, the registered handfast officiant for the Pacific Northwest for 40 years, and who had agreed, on the strength of Hermione's letter, to come up from Olympia for the evening. Bella came into the clearing on her father's arm. She did not, when she came through the trees on the small mossy path Hermione had cleared, look like anyone present had quite expected her to look. The cream linen dress was simple. Her hair was pinned half up, half down, in the small, careful arrangement Esme had spent the morning on, with 2 small white camellias at the temple. She wore no veil. She wore no jewelry besides the small silver ring Harry had at the school graduation slid onto her finger, and a small, thin gold chain at her neck that had been her grandmother's. Her face was very calm. She looked, in the small, clear way of a girl who had decided who she was and had decided to be, only it, at the center of every small, careful thing of the evening, like Bella. Charlie, at her side, in the only suit he owned, wept very quietly the entire walk down the small path, and did not, at any point, attempt to hide it. Harry, at the standing stone, did not breathe for the entire length of the path. She came up to him. Charlie kissed her on the cheek, awkwardly, and laid her hand in Harry's. He stepped back. He stood in his dark suit with his hand at his side and his face very quietly working. Sue, beside him, took his arm with the small, kind decisiveness of a woman who had been, for some weeks, looking for an excuse to do exactly that. Mr. Hollow lifted his small carved staff. He spoke. His voice was small and dry and very clear, and he spoke, in the small old way of efficience of his kind, the long opening of the Welsh handfasting in the original Welsh, with the small careful translation in English following each line. He spoke of the long old idea of the joining. He spoke of the small idea that a bond was not made by the words spoken at a ceremony, but only confirmed by them. He spoke of the small idea that a marriage was not, by his lights, a transaction. It was a small naming out loud of a thing that, in 2 people fortunate enough to find the thing, was already real. He spoke, finally, of the long old idea that the joining was not, by the standards of the Welsh, between 2 people. It was between 3, the 2 who were joining. And the small invisible thing that had brought them together, which the Welsh in their oldest texts had simply called, with their characteristic plainness, the third, he raised his staff. Will the 2 who are joining offer their hands? Harry held out his right hand, palm up. Bella set her left hand in it. Their palms touched. Mr. Hollow took from a small leather pouch at his belt a length of pale white ribbon with 2 small green threads woven along it. He passed the ribbon slowly, twice around their joined wrists. He tied it in the small old single knot the Welsh had used since, by the surviving texts, the 8th century. Will the 2 who are joining, he said, make their vow? Harry looked at Bella. He had thought, in the small, careful way of a man who had been thinking about this for a fortnight, about what to say. He had written, in the small, quiet way of a man who liked to think on the page, a long, careful passage in his small black notebook. He had, in the small, last sensible decision of his evening, put the notebook away. Bella, he said, Harry, I had a speech. I had one too. I am not, I think, going to give it. I am not, I think, going to give mine either. The small clearing breathed. Bella, he said very quietly. I came across the world for quiet. I found you. I had not known until I found you that I had been looking. I will from this evening never look again. I am yours. I have been since the diner. I will be until the end. I will do every morning the small ordinary work of a man being yours. I will every evening sit at the kitchen table with you and listen to the rain. I will not, ever, take the kettle off the boil. I will, if you let me, take care of you with every small thing I have and every small thing I am and every small thing I am yet to learn to be. I will, Bella, love you for as long as I am alive, and I have, in the small private way of a man who has had peculiar conversations with peculiar things, reason to believe I will love you for some time after. She looked at him for a long moment. The bell in her chest was, this evening, a long, bright, sustained chord. Harry, she said, yes. I came to Forks because I had run out of places. I thought when I got here that I had also run out of person. I thought I was a small, quiet girl with not very much in her, who would, in the way of small, quiet girls, have a small, quiet life and not, on consideration, mind. Then you came in through the door of the diner, and the bell rang. And I discovered in the next 2 months that I was none of the things I had thought I was. I am yours. I have been since the diner. I will be until the end. I will do the small, ordinary work of a woman being yours. I will if you let me learn the magic. I will if you let me fight beside you. I will, I think, mostly cook for you because you are, on the evidence, hopeless at it, and I am not. I will, Harry, love you for as long as I am alive. And I will, on the evidence of these last several months, be a great deal more alive in your company than I have, on any of the evidence of the 18 years before, ever been. He did not, this time, attempt to hide his face. Mr. Hollow lifted his small staff, by the small old word of the Welsh. He said, and by the small new authority of the magical Congress of the United States, in the witness of these your friends and family, I name you. Harry James Potter and Isabella Marie Swan joined. He touched his staff lightly to the white ribbon at their wrists. The ribbon glowed. It was not, Harry noted with the small, careful, private clarity of a man who had been trained, for many years, to notice these things, the gentle, theatrical glow of a charmed ribbon. It was the long, bright, clean, quiet glow of a thing that had been told that it was, on this occasion, an instrument of a real thing, and that had, in the small way of instruments well made, performed accordingly. The light ran along the ribbon. It ran from the ribbon along their wrists. It ran from their wrists in a long, pale silver thread across the small space between their two chests, and the bell in his chest and the bell in hers, in the small, simple, final motion of the long, careful work of 3 months of being a bell, fused. The chord became a single, steady tone. The tone became a single, steady silence. The silence became a single, steady thing in his chest, in her chest, that would be there, very quietly, for the rest of their 2 lives. The clearing applauded. The Cullens clapped with the small, graceful clapping of people who had been clapping at small social occasions for centuries. The pack clapped with the small, honest enthusiasm of young men who had been waiting for the moment in which it was acceptable to clap. Charlie clapped without making any sound at all, with 2 large square hands moving very carefully against each other, and his face looking at his daughter in a way he had never, in her 18 years, looked at her. Hermione clapped and cried at the same time, which was a thing Hermione, for all her general competence, had never quite mastered the choreography of. Ron clapped with a great red beaming grin and shouted in the way of Rons at weddings, "Go on, mate," in a voice so loud that Mike Newton in the back jumped slightly. McGonagall, very gravely, allowed 1 tear to escape and did not, this once, scold it. Marcus, in a place very far from the clearing, in a long grey robe in a cold tower in Volturi, sat with his hand on a small old book and listened, in the small invisible way only Marcus had ever quite listened, and heard at the edge of the small invisible thing he heard. The small, quiet, final fusing of a bond he had in his 900 years only ever read about. He smiled very faintly. He did not say anything. He laid the book down. He sat for a long time looking at the small, quiet evening light on the wall. The small reception was at the Cullen house. Esme had insisted. There was a long table set on the porch with food that the Cullens did not eat and that the rest of the company, at her insistence, were obliged to eat enough of for 2 of each of them. There was wine in small glass cups. There was champagne in small flutes that Alice had collected from somewhere. There was, at the head of the table, the small, simple 2-tier white cake Hermione had ordered from the bakery in town, with the small marzipan figures of a bride and groom on top. And beside the bride, Hermione had asked the bakery to add a small marzipan owl, and beside the groom, a small marzipan wolf. The owl, by the careful work of the bakery, had, at the very end of the small artisan's effort, been given small green sugar eyes. There were toasts. Charlie went first. He stood with his glass in his hand and his other hand at his hip and his eyes on the small middle distance over the garden. And he said, in the small, careful, gruff way of a small, careful, gruff man who had not, in his life, had occasion to give a wedding toast and who had spent, by his daughter's later count, 3 days writing the 4 sentences he was about to give. My daughter is the best thing I have done with my life. I am giving her to a young man who is, by my reading of him, a good one. I am told he is, by his own people, considered something of a great one. I do not, for my own purposes, especially care about the great one. I care about the good one. He is, to the bride and groom. Carlyle went next. He spoke in a small, graceful, careful way about his old house, about how seldom it was that the old house had been the site of so much young life, about the small, private gladness of 2 old people. And here he glanced at Esme, who was smiling at him from the other end of the table, at having, for a time, been allowed to be something like grandparents to a girl they had grown to love and a young man they had grown, in a short time, to admire. Sam, when his turn came, did not stand. He simply, from his chair, raised his glass. Long life, Potters, he said with the small, short, particular formality of his pack, and did not say more. The wolves at the table around him raised their glasses in unison. They did not, individually, speak. They did not need to. Sam had spoken for them. Hermione made a small, graceful 4-minute speech in which she managed, in the small, impossible way only Hermione could manage, to make Bella laugh and cry at the same time 3 separate times. Ron, beside her, contributed only a single sentence at the end, which was, "And he is, Bella, a much better man for having met you, which is saying something, because he was a fairly good one to start with." And the small, clear, honest love in Ron's face when he said it made Harry, at the head of the table, look down at his plate for a long moment. Edward, at last, stood. He had, in the days since the Volturi, become a quiet, smiling figure at the edges of every group Harry had been in. A man who had, with the small, grave decision of a man who had been in love with a girl and had decided, on her own evidence, to be the friend he had not, perhaps, been at the start, made of himself a steady, gentle presence in Harry's life. He stood now with his glass in his hand and his pale gold hair very neat and his smile very small and very real. "I am," he said, "perhaps the least likely person in this room to be giving a wedding toast for the bride and groom, given my own initial view of the matter. I would like, however, with the bride and groom's permission, to give one." He glanced at them. They nodded. "Bella, I have been, by every appropriate metric, an indifferent friend to you on certain occasions in our acquaintance. I have, in recent months, watched you become, in this man's company, a person I had not, in the year I had the privilege of knowing you, quite ever seen you become. You have been in your own life as long as I have known you. I am glad to see you on this evening also by the visible evidence in someone else's." He glanced at Harry. "Harry, I owe you my best behavior for as long as I am alive, which is, by the standards of this room, going to be a long time. I will be at your shoulder for as long as you let me. I am, on the evidence of a meadow some weeks ago, very useful. I am, on the evidence of the rest of my acquaintance with you, your friend." He raised his glass. "To my friend. And to the brave, ordinary, extraordinary woman who has had the good sense to marry him." He drank. Harry, at the head of the table, swallowed. He raised his glass. "Edward," he said quietly. He did not say more. Edward inclined his head. The party went on into the evening. There was dancing after a fashion. There was music, a small string quartet of cousins of Sue Clearwater's that Sue had quietly arranged. There was, somewhere around 10 o'clock, a small impromptu speech by Emmett that consisted entirely of him standing on a chair, raising his glass and shouting, "To Harry," in a voice that startled the small herd of deer at the edge of the lawn into the woods, and that Bella laughed at, helplessly, against Harry's shoulder, for a full minute. At 11, Harry took Bella's hand. He led her, very quietly, around the porch and down the small path through the garden and into the trees. They walked the small mossy track back to the cottage at the end of Bogachiel Lane in the long blue evening. The wind was up. The cedars were moving. The bell in their 2 chests, which had become that evening a single steady silence, was, for the first time in the long months Bella had been wearing it, completely at peace. They came into the cottage. He closed the door. He turned to her. "Mrs. Potter," he said very quietly. "Mr. Potter." He kissed her for a long, quiet moment in the small kitchen of his small house at the end of Bogachiel Lane. Outside, the wind moved in the cedars. The small flame in the wood stove flickered. The small old kettle on the stove was, in the small, ordinary way of small old kettles, beginning by the slow effort of the embers under it, to come to a slow, patient simmer. Outside, in the fence row, an owl that everyone in the cottage would have recognized settled on a low branch with no letter at her foot, and laid her head down on her wing and slept. In the long autumn that followed, a great many small, ordinary things happened. Hermione went home to England. She wrote often. Bella wrote back. The 2 of them, in the small, careful way of women who had decided to be friends across a continent, became, by Christmas, a kind of correspondence on which Harry had, more than once, observed his wife laughing, alone in the kitchen, into a long parchment letter. Ron, who had taken a great liking to American beer, came back twice in the autumn, on the small pretext of checking in on the old man. And on the second visit, Charlie invited him out into the woods with a fishing rod, and they came back, 8 hours later, with 3 large salmon, and the small, careful beginning of an unlikely friendship that would, Harry suspected, last as long as both men were on the earth. The Cullens, in the way of the Cullens, slowly began the small process of moving on. They had, by the small, careful logic of their kind, been in Forks long enough that the question was beginning to be asked, in the small, quiet places where such questions were asked, about why the Cullen children did not seem to be aging. Carlyle, very gently, began the small, careful process of looking for a new town. Esme, who had become, in the months since the wedding, a kind of quiet aunt to Bella, had insisted that the new town be no more than a 2-hour drive from Forks. Carlyle had, with the small, steady kindness with which he answered every request his wife made, agreed. The pack, in the way of the pack, stayed. Sam married Emily in a small, quiet ceremony at the reservation in October, to which Harry and Bella were invited, and at which Bella, at Emily's request, was a quiet attendant. Jacob, in the way of Jacobs, grew. He came up to the cottage now and then, in the small way of a young man who had, in the small year he had become a man, decided that the man at the end of Bogachiel Lane was, on the evidence, worth knowing. Harry, in the small way of older brothers who had not, in their lives, had any siblings to practice on, did not fail him. Charlie married Sue Clearwater on a Saturday in the 2nd week of November. Bella, in the small white house at the end of the quiet residential street, helped Sue into the small, simple cream dress Sue had picked, and Charlie, in the same suit he had worn to his daughter's wedding, gave Sue his arm in the small front room of the small white house. And the 2 of them walked down the small path in the garden to the small clutch of friends who had gathered, and were married, in the small, quiet way of 2 careful private people who had been, for a long time, more lonely than either of them had been able to admit. Bella, beside Harry at the back of the small clutch, wept very quietly for the entire 10 minutes of the ceremony. Harry held her hand. At Christmas, Harry took her to England. They stayed at the Borough for a week. Mrs. Weasley wept for an hour the moment she saw Bella, and then, having got it out of her system, made it her business to feed Bella every 2 hours for the duration of the stay and to send her home on the morning of their departure, with a small wrapped package of Mrs. Weasley's mince pies that did not quite, in the small portable way of Mrs. Weasley's mince pies, last the airport. They visited the small graveyard at Godric's Hollow. Harry stood for a long time at his parents' grave with Bella's hand in his, and he did not speak for some minutes. And Bella, who had grown to know, in a year and a half of knowing him, when the man she loved did not need words, did not offer any. Hermione met them in London. Bill and Fleur came down from Shell Cottage. McGonagall, very surprisingly, came to tea on a Tuesday afternoon. The week was, in the small, careful way of weeks one had with the people one loved, slow and full and ordinary. They came home to Forks on the 2nd of January. The cottage was where they had left it. The small old kettle was on the stove. The small wood stove had a fresh stack of cedar split beside it that Charlie, in the small, careful kindness of fathers-in-law, had laid in for them while they had been away. The small calendar of moose on Bella's old fridge had been swapped for the New Year's edition, which featured on January a particularly grave-looking elk. They put the kettle on. They stood at the kitchen window. They looked out at the small, cold January rain. The bell in their chests, which had, since the wedding, become a single steady silence, was, on this small ordinary morning, a single steady warm silence. And Harry, with his arm around his wife in the small kitchen of his small house in a small town in a small wet corner of a foreign country, breathed out slowly and breathed in slowly and was, for the first time in his life, in the small specific way that a man can only be in this one small specific way once home. Years later, Bella would write, in the small private way she had begun to keep a journal, that the bell in her chest had not, in fact, ever stopped. It had only become, in the long, slow way of bells in the chests of soulmates, a thing she did not, in the small, ordinary moments, hear. She heard it only in the small, particular moments. The moments when Harry came in from the rain with the cedar dust on his shoulders, when their small daughter, born on a Tuesday in March of the 3rd year, took her first steps across the kitchen floor, when their small son, born on a Saturday in October of the 5th year, opened his eyes for the first time and looked, with an ancient grave green-eyed look, very directly into hers. She heard it then. She heard it also in the small evening moments when, after the children were asleep, she sat at the kitchen table with her husband and a small, simple cup of tea and the small, slow rain on the cedar shingles. And the bell, in those small evening moments, did not so much sing as it remembered. Very quietly that it could. She would write, and Harry, reading the journal years afterward, would smile and not show her that he had. That she had not, in the long decades of their life together, ever once regretted the small accidental afternoon on which she had. On the small, stupid impulse of a girl who had been promising herself she would not look up the moment the bell over the diner door had chimed, looked up. She would write, looked up. He had, she would write, looked up too. She had, she would write, never looked down again. Outside the cottage, in the small cedar at the end of the gravel drive, the same owl who had, in the small early days, carried letters between 2 countries laid her head, in the long evenings of the years that followed, against her wing. She did not, in the long years that followed, often have a letter to deliver. She came, even so, to the branch. She slept, on most nights, with one ear always lifted very faintly to the small, steady chord that came, in the small, wet evenings of the long western coast, out of the small cedar cottage at the end of Bogachiel Lane. It was, by the small, quiet measure of the bird, a good chord. It was, by the small, quiet measure of every other person who had ever stood in the meadow east of the river, or walked across the gravel drive, or sat at the small wooden table in the small kitchen. A chord that was going, in the small, ordinary way of these chords, to be there for a very long time. It was, in the small, private way of all such things, exactly what it had set out to be. It was, in the small, private words of a man who had, in a war in another country, lost very many people, and who had, in a small, wet town on a foreign coast, found, against every expectation he had ever allowed himself, one home.